Hello, hi. Hello, everyone. Hi, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you all here. Hello and welcome to Ninny161, Jenny Azoth, Middle-earth Marxist, Mr. Moongoose. Welcome to the stream. I don't remember seeing you here before. Although it doesn't say you're a first-time chatter, so presumably I have. No, you do seem to be a first-time chatter, just without the first-time chatter notification. How strange. How am I sounding, everyone? I'm a little bit paranoid about my volume at the moment, but it might just be because my partner's having a conversation with a neighbor in the other room, so I'm feeling a little bit, odd about my microphone setup. Hello and welcome to Artist Synth. Lovely, as always, to see you here. Pocket Dear Belly, welcome back to the stream. It's nice to have you in. Hello, welcome to the stream today. Oh, I'm so tired, chat. Chat, I'm so tired. I have been doing so much to organize the neighborhood, going around and doing this this estate struggle that I've been talking about on previous streams against my shit landlords. I mean, all landlords are shit, right? But my landlords who are trying to de facto evict basically everyone, 200 homes. It's a pretty horrible time. I had a very sweet evening yesterday helping my elderly Brazilian neighbor who gave me some coffee that his friend's friend grew on their farm to fill out a form to go to the rent tribunals. Cherry Pitsbit, welcome in. Lovely to have you here. Welcome in, welcome in. I feel like it's going to be a relatively slow one today. We have a small gang to begin with. I feel like I'm streaming at the usual time and everything, but I did miss 1 week last week. I hope the algorithm isn't punishing me for that or whatever. It could just be that it's a lovely summer's day and people are outside having fun and enjoying life rather than watching the liberal Slop stream and hearing David Frum's terrible takes. And I think that might be reasonable. How has everyone else's week been? How are you doing? What's been going on for you? Yeah, like I say, mostly I have just been doing this organizing on my estate. If you follow me on Instagram, you'll see quite regularly with my stories, just whatever kind of updates are currently going on with me, because I don't know, I think that there's some amount of playing the social media game that's beneficial to my job and just being more active on social media, and then people are aware that I exist more. And if I can do that while doing organizing, then I can inspire people hopefully to want to be organizing as well. Actually doing both, catching the stream from the park. Genius move back. Fantastic. Lovely to have you here as always. What was I saying? Yeah, if you check out my stories, you'll see what's up. My most recent update I posted was that we are doing a door knocking round tomorrow morning around the estate where the just neighbors volunteering. Actually, you know what? I will give credit where credit's due. Someone who London Renters Union put us in touch with. So it's someone from a housing law charity. He's been incredibly helpful, and he's repeatedly showed up, himself specifically, as well as sending a colleague along to help with stuff. He's just been very dedicated to pushing this case forward, or these 200 cases or whatever forward. Cherry Pitspit says, just exchanged my labret for a pretty lip ring. Really excited to go swimming with a trans org tomorrow to counter the heat wave. That's really sweet. Yeah, I hope you have a great time. Beck says, unfortunately, I could be better. My long-distance girlfriend broke up with me last night with very little communication. But I'm out in the park smoking a joint, so I think everything will be okay. Sweetie, I'm really sorry to hear that. Obviously, we know each other besides the stream, and you should message me about it if you want to. That's rough, and we'll just take some time to heal, I'm sure. I'm sorry that she didn't communicate much about it. Not really the same at all, but I have, I've been told by my therapist that she is dumping me this week, which like I know is a completely different relationship, but I've been seeing the same therapist for like 2 years, and as far as I can tell, she just wants to like do a bit less work, and so is like letting some clients go who are lower risk essentially, and like I am very happy to be one of those. Like where I was at 2 years ago when I started seeing her was not a good place. So that's nice. Like it's just also very sad because we've been through a lot together, and like yeah, weird to think that after just like I guess a few more sessions, um, yeah, she's just not going to be in my life anymore, which is like a horrible thing I've experienced a bit too much of. Um, Pocket Dear Belly says, I went to the market to pick up yarns. I've had my going outside and interacting with people with IRL people quota for the day. Hey Wendy, lovely to have you here as well. Yeah, I know what you mean about the going outside thing. I have so many days where I'm like, I have a work day and it's inside stuff, and I'm going to be writing until I'm going to be streaming. For example, today it was like estate organizing stuff until I'm going to be streaming, and so when I go outside, it's quite like this is my. I am either doing the meme about like my stupid little walk outside for my stupid little mental health, or I have some other stuff to do, and when I just do go outside, I go, yeah, okay, that's it. I've been outside today. What was I saying? Door knocking is what we're gonna do. So basically, I'm now gonna bore you all with like not just British politics, but like British bureaucracy. So like buckle in, like it's about to get like really exciting. Apple Chips, B-Rat, lovely to have you here. Welcome to the stream. So the de facto evictions I'm talking about is that the landlord has tried to raise the rent by like hundreds of pounds per month for residents, and obviously no one has just like hundreds of pounds a month spare in their monthly budget. Like that's completely absurd. And so that's a de facto eviction for a lot of people, and they've also served like explicit eviction notices to some people, and the houses that they've emptied, they've been like hollowing out and turning into like hyper cramped HMOs, which in British bureaucracy jargon is a house of multiple occupancy. The reason that these are a big deal is that like specifically the conversion of like older buildings into HMOs is something that goes along with like either they are raising the average rent enormously by like they're like swish little units that like students and young creatives will be in, or it will be the type of accommodation that people get put in if they're in temporary accommodation, like if they're asylum seekers or homeless and they're applying to the council for a home. So like those are a kind of like considered a special category of housing, and you have to have a license to rent one as a landlord. And I can actually already say about this because we're actually like I've been saying about this on my Instagram already a little bit. We've confirmed now they definitely didn't have the licensing for our entire estate, because we're a selective licensing ward, so you have to have a license here even if it's not an HMO. What that means is that they've committed an offence, and what that means is that everyone who files what's called a rent repayment order is entitled to the rent back from the entire time when they were doing like operating without a license. So now that we have organized people together and we're holding these regular meetings, we are one of the types of meeting we're holding is paperworking sessions, which is just like, you have to consider what different kinds of things an org can do. Like an org shouldn't always be calling everyone together for one person to address everyone as part of an agenda and doing this stuff. Like you should do different things. Not that we're an org, we're a neighborhood, but like, oh, you got a license for that rentierism? Yeah, exactly. That reminds me, actually, do you all have a license for watching this stream, governor? If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I am telling a story right now about how my landlord is trying to evict everyone, and I'm really, really stressed, and I'm spending a lot of time working on that to try and help a lot of people who are in a really vulnerable situation. And I'm not getting my work done, and it's really, really stressing me out. So please, 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 please support the stream. If you're enjoying the stream, you can subscribe, or you can cheer, or you can donate directly using command tip. I will now update the tip goal for today because the tip goal is wrong. It should be £200 higher than that, and the window has simply frozen. No, it's okay. We got it. We got it. We got it. And there's the new tip goal, 520. So please donate if you're enjoying the stream. VOD watchers, hello VOD watchers. We're going to look at some comments in a second. I hope you've been having a nice time as well. Check out the links below if you're a VOD watcher and you enjoy these streams, you want to support my streams, especially Patreon would help me out the most. Remember when I said monthly income? Remember when I said hundreds of pounds a month? I'm having a terrible time. So please, please support the stream if you're enjoying the stream. It's been like a funny coincidence of like the social media spaces that I'm in the last couple of weeks have been like especially terrible, like really, really like truly especially terrible, and it's been the most perfect time to not be paying attention like very much to social media. Like one of my friends said something about some kind of drama that was going on, and I was kind of like, oh yeah, that has been happening. That looks like people are probably having a really bad time. I'm quite glad that I've been doing this stuff instead. Jenny, lovely to have you here. Welcome to the stream. I'm going 10 stream mode. That's a cool mode to go. Okay, so they didn't have a license. We're going to get a bunch of rent money back. That's really cool. We're going to hold paperwork sessions. We've been holding paperwork sessions already, but those have been all very like emergency triage-y stuff where we're trying to like get people to fill in forms that will like save their housing situation basically. And next month, once we're past like the main deadline for that, we're going to be focusing on paperworking sessions to get people to fill in rent repayment orders so that they have to pay everyone on the estate all the money back, which I think is probably going to sink their business, if I'm completely honest. Like, I don't think that, you know, like probably for the time being, it's going to mean that they'll just have to like sell some property. I have been saying this, it's going to sink their business, but like if it continues in a pattern, right, it's going to be really big trouble for them. And it would be crazy if someone like looked up all the places where there was selective licensing where they owned property and contacted the tenants there. That would be a crazy time. Tomorrow we're going around the estate. I was putting this on Instagram earlier, I've put together like, my partner and I shouldn't just say I have, my partner and I have put together these dossiers basically that have a couple of these rent tribunal forms in, and they have a couple of printed guides for how to complete the rent tribunal, and they have a form as well for people to fill out, basically giving the details of their housing and their current rent and who they are, and signing it as like a sworn statement, because the process we're going through is that Britain has implemented a court system to determine what your rent should be. And one of the wonderful innovations of the Renters' Rights Act is that basically the entire country is supposed to be like filtered through this system. Like you're no longer supposed to raise rent except through an official notice of raising the rent, a Section 13. And if you don't like what the Section 13 says, you have to apply to go to court. And if you go to court about it, then the court is going to figure out what your fair market rent would be. Which sucks, right? Like, it's codifying the power of the market in a very, like, I find sinister way. £1 fee for meowing you have to pay, Sophie. Oh. Middle Earth Marxist, thank you so much for the £1 meowing fee, apparently. I'm so glad that I don't have to pay a meowing fee. And that, by contrast, if anything, I get paid to meow. It's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, so we're doing all this paperwork. I'm sure to a lot of people this is like dreadfully dull. I'm sorry for going on about it so much. It's just the stuff that's taking up my entire brain space at the moment. But I was just talking about earlier, like how if you want to win in a struggle, like you have to out-organize your opponent, right? You just have to like be more organized than whoever you're you're hoping that they don't succeed. And as anti-capitalists, you're going to be organizing with just free labor, which sucks, right? Like it's really hard. And you're going to be organizing against people who are paid, but like it doesn't always mean that they're actually more organized, as we're learning with this lot at the moment. And putting together these dossiers has been really helpful because it's just like, okay, I'm going to equip every door knocker with this, and this neatly folds together as well. There is a purpose of me talking about this stuff. It was what I was saying earlier, like doing kind of social media girly stuff, but for organizing, I think does have a positive effect on people's like conception that they too could be organizing, or at least I hope it does. Chat, please go organize. Giving people these dossiers does something else, I think, that's positive, which is like making them immediately feel empowered and feel like part of the like organizing effort, because that's something that you're going to run into. Like we've definitely run into, being my partner and I being like the only two people with like basically like activist organizer experience on the estate, and it's made us very like central to what's going on. They're very central to what's going on, and so like getting our neighbors to believe in themselves, as much as that sounds kind of like corporate brained or whatever, like getting them to believe in themselves and feel empowered to do stuff is actually like a really important part of what's happening. And so like my hope is that tomorrow when we go door knocking, I'm going to give people these dossiers and they're going to feel like equipped, like this is their thing, this is their. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this folder full of boring forms and guides how to complete the boring forms, and a spare pen and all that stuff, and a spare folder in case you need to give one to the neighbor. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Dia. Thank you so much for the £1 meowing fee. Okay, we are going to look at some comments. We are going to read. Oh boy, David Frum's article, The New Blood Libel. Then we're going to read another Atlantic piece, equally a joy, possibly even more of a joy. If anyone remembers the last time we read Yair Rosenberg, I don't know if you do, but if you do, because I do, I just know this guy is going to be, yeah. Well, we'll see. And the article is called No One Knows What to Do About Britain's Exploding Anti-Semitism. And I've queued this up to be a bit of a segue here, because we've got two topics today, and it's obviously about how deeply anti-Semitic Britain is. That's what everyone is talking about all the time. And so we're going to go The New Blood Libel, Britain's Anti-Semitism, and then several articles about Wes Streeting, and landing us in some more British politics. So that's the plan for the Liberal Slop stream today. So let's review some comments from our Kurzgesagt stream 2 weeks ago now. I hope everyone remembers. We were watching a very educational video about Germany's demographic collapse and how impending it is. Morgan the Fae, and Valerie the Lovely Italian, welcome in. Lovely to have you all in the stream today. Chat, a reminder before we carry on that I am poor. I'm really, really poor. I struggle to pay for things. I need help. Please help me. I'm trying to aim for £5.20 today on the stream. I know that's far away from where it is. That's because we're saving up more than usual, because it's my birthday at the start of next month, and I really like to be able to pay for a trip to New Zealand, where I was born, because it's my 30th birthday, so it's a special birthday. And obviously that 200 extra pounds isn't enough on its own, but we're going to see what's possible, and maybe I'm going to go at sometime in July or whatever. Jenny says the Kurzgesagt video. Everyone is saying this. Genuinely, my comments are full of people saying Kurzgesagt. Pocket Deer Belly says, I heard they updated their Ozempic video, but from my understanding, it hasn't changed in any way that matters. So funnily enough, I had a skim through it earlier today to see if there was anything glaringly different. And it was just super obvious that it was just essentially minor corrections along the lines of there are some, we should be a bit wary of prescribing Ozempic to everyone. If we remember, their original title was Everyone Should Take Ozempic. just like sicko shit, just incredible. Yeah, what was I saying? I'm very poor. I'm very, very poor. Money me. Please money me. I need money to live. And I only get money when people decide to be very kind and give me money. And that's the pitch. So please give me money to live. Please. You can subscribe or cheer, or if you don't want to give any Bezos bucks to Jeff Mann himself, you can it's a terrible way to say that. You can donate directly using command TIP. That's command !TIP. And now we're going to go look at some comments. All right, maybe I'll put the comments over. Yeah, like that maybe. And then I go over here, and here are the comments. Okay, so the Kurzgesagt VOD was the most viewed stream VOD I've had since I returned to streaming after my hiatus. It was also therefore the most commented one. There were some people who were, Morrigan the Fae, thank you so much for the £20 donation with the message, why do robots have no brothers? Because they only have trans sisters. That's the best joke I have at the moment. That's a very good joke. I liked it. If I had Mule's soundboard, I would do the badum tish here. Yeah, it's my most commented VOD since my return from hiatus as well. There's someone who I would say seems kind of like they've been drawn in. Rob, thank you for the 20 bits. Drawn in from a liberal perspective, which is good because that's part of what we hope to do with the liberal slop stream is to get the liberals who haven't considered properly the ways in which things are slop. Unfortunately, this person seems to have spent a lot of a lot of their time just arguing in the comments with other people. That's not very helpful. This one I'll address a little bit. So this one's going to be me kind of being poo-pooing this person a little bit, but I apologize in advance. Teslan says, you mentioned the box fan carbon capture illustration a lot. There are actually examples of those in real life that do work, but they double dip it. They sell carbon slurry to gas companies who pump it into the ground to maneuver and move pockets of oil and natural gas. Because it's being put deep underground, it counts as sequestering it, which means they can also get awarded credits that they can, I shit you not, sell to other companies as a representation of carbon offset. I'm not going to read the rest of this right now. You can go read it if you like. I have talked about this in my work already. I'm not chastising this person for not knowing all the things I've talked about in my work already. I would like to pull this one up to say, I am not, whenever I point out that Kurzgesagt has this soft climate denial position of frequently showing us technologies that either don't exist, aren't functional, don't exist at scale, there is no plan to implement them at scale. If they were going to be implemented at scale, it would be bad. Or if they were going to be implemented at scale with any kind of responsible use, it would still be recuperated within the American religion of oil. They frequently show a cartoon of a little spinning box fan that is sucking the carbon out of the air. And so it's worth understanding that, I am not... I'm drawing attention to this comment here because I don't want to give the impression that when I criticize the spinning box fan pulling carbon out of the air, that I'm simply saying, like, what a fantastical... I guess I'm saying that I'm more complexly saying what a fantastical fairy tale machine. But like, I am not just trying to say it's a silly fairy tale machine, because it's not just a silly fairy tale machine, right? Like, methods for sequestering carbon, for capturing carbon and storing it, have been extensively explored by a hell of a lot of engineers, with a massive incentive towards them figuring out how to do it. If you would like some more deep thoughts on this, The World Is Not Ending or The Endings Machine, two videos that I've made where I talk about some of these technologies, as well as like older stream VODs. But the reason I treat it as like a hyper fantastical thing is that like there are many stations along the process of like depolluting the atmosphere, and at every single one of them there is an incentive toward profit and there is an incentive toward helping people, and they point in almost opposite directions. And if you want to just help people, you're going to have some kind of centralized authority which cares about things other than profit, because of how the helping people and the profit point in opposite directions. There are some directions sometimes where they point in the same direction, at least at one stage, at least seemingly. But often this is a real fool's gold, and like can be the biggest tell that something is actually bullshit. I remember hearing a while ago about like special kelp that was a hyper accumulator and was going to be able to like suck up rare earth metals from sea pollution, and then we'd be able to use those rare earth metals again. Isn't that great? Because we don't have enough of those for our electronics, and it's just like it's just like we could make stuff that lasts more and just invest our time and our like ingenuity, that's where the word engineer comes from, into making things that are more durable, more repairable, and going to last a much longer time, rather than forever having more consumer electronics that are like extremely expensive and also going to expire within a year or whatever, right? That's a terrible time. And so like finding ways to recycle to keep that process going instead, that sucks. So okay, sorry, to just quickly wrap up the spinning box fan thing. The world in which the spinning box fan exists, and what it literally does is suck carbon out of the air, which, to be clear, it doesn't do in any proposed model. It fits like a catalytic converter onto a car, onto a power plant. Like, it's like sucking up the pollution in the exhaust of the plant is generally the idea. The version that exists just depolluting the atmosphere, just because that's a good thing to do, isn't the version that is also, well, yeah, obviously using that captured carbon to do fracking, that's a pretty like basic minimum thing, but like it isn't also like achieving some kind of end to help the oil industry, obviously. And like it's necessarily something that would be put there by a centralized authority who care about depolluting the climate because they care about human beings more than profit, right? That's the essential thing here. Doot the Skeleton left a comment. I would encourage people to go and read Doot T. Skeleton's article that I read out at the start of last week's stream. They've actually published something new that they sent me, but I don't have it up right now. We might read it next time, if I remember. Again, I want to encourage people to submit their writing, because I think it's good for us as a stream, as a class, as a group, for us to further like discourse together. Mini Hood has a different take on Kurzgesagt, which is Kurzgesagt. Fair enough. The demographic crisis is the greatest danger to German living standards and social cohesion. If I was more of a conspiratorial mind, I would say it isn't a coincidence this phrase is exactly 14 words long. Well, it is. It is a coincidence. But, yeah, lots of people dissecting the Kurzgesagt video from last time. I think that's it for stuff I wanted to read from the comments. I'm just trying to think if I have anything left to say about Kurzgesagt for now. Not hugely. Like, I kind of like after the Ozempic video. To be honest, I was quite like, okay, I'm really glad to be done with those guys. Like they just seem like like right-wing losers. It turned out I wasn't allowed to be done with those guys because they were yet to publish Germany is over. But I'm kind of really hoping I am now. Speaking of people I can't get rid of, next we are going to look at David Fromm's article, The New Blood Libel. Chat, have you heard about this one? Because I know what happens with Liberal Slop stream, and this has always happened as long as I've been doing it, is sometimes I cue something up and I think, wow, this is like a weapons grade bad take, and then no one's heard of it whatsoever, and I get to introduce it to you and then also explain like what they're trying to do and what's wrong with it. Sometimes I think all of these liberal slop publications are far too obscure for me to expect sweet little chatters, sweet little baby chatters, to have have any familiarity with The Atlantic, The New York Times, The New Statesman, The Economist, The Guardian, whatever, when I'm not reading it to them as their bedtime story. And then it turns out that everyone's actually heard of this article already. So I'm asking chat, have you heard of The New Blood Libel? And also, I guess I should ask if people have heard of Blood Libel to begin with, actually. I will give you a fairly obvious clue, like this will be exactly what you expected to hear, but I'll read you the subtitle as well in case it jogs anyone's memory if they have seen this. The New Blood Libel, subtitle by David Fromm, subtitle, This is what globalizing the Intifada looks like. It's a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a thing, what we're going to be getting into today. I should tell you all to donate now to support the stream, because you're going to be like too repulsed by the low grade of liberal slop that you're about to be fed to want to donate afterwards. It's really quite repulsive shit. Marg in the Face says, I've heard that it's something from the protocols about Jewish people eating babies or baby's blood or something. So no, it's not originally from the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Blood libel is a sort of parallel anti-Semitic idea which started with particular libels, which again, yeah, it's to do with like eating babies and drinking baby's blood. And basically like, yeah, what do I say? In classic European racism, in European racism season 1, the Europeans were like mystifying and orientalizing Jewish people as being some kind of scary monster, and this is part of why like vampires wind up repeatedly having a very obviously Jewish coded vibe to a lot of people. And there was a real historical incident of libel, to be clear, not a real historical incident of eating babies or whatever, of this guy accusing Jewish people of having like kidnapped babies and drank their blood, and it has both persisted itself in things like the like adrenochrome harvesting QAnon stuff, and it has persisted as a mark of like discourse around anti-Semitism. So people who are, I'm gonna say, I was gonna try and cast a wider net, but actually, like, it's like Zionists and then very few other people. Um, evoke the blood libel, like, not accuse Jews of the stuff, but like evoke the idea of blood libel to accuse other people of anti-Semitism. And obviously, as with all discourse around anti-Semitism, you just have to have your critical thinking hat on. You just can't actually get through this one on vibes. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to think, is the person who's saying this thing a Zionist? Are they saying these things for Zionist reasons? Is there any credible accusation of anti-Semitism going on here? Because yeah, I mean, people still like mysticize and orientalize Jewish people all the time, and in this way that leads to this trope of they're gonna kidnap my baby and drink its blood. Or like adjacent ideas. As I said, adrenochrome harvesting is a popular conspiracy theory staple now. We even joke about it on the left at this point. Princess Backknight 666, who I'll note is Jewish before reading this, because because otherwise the whole stream could go down for anti-Semitism. Says, unfortunately, Israel, a state that claims to act on the behalf of Jewish people, just fucking loves killing babies. Yes, exactly. And it also loves doing a bunch of other stuff too. Okay, chat. I've been giving this one a long wind in. I'm going to have to start discussing some of the details of what's going on. The New York Times. Great start, right? The New York Times. Regular favorite on the liberal slop stream, is considered, should have put my Jew hat for the Jesus Christ. The New York Times is the failing New York, for fuck's sake. The failing New York Times is such a favorite on the liberal slop stream because it is one of the most read publications in America. As far as there is a liberal consensus reality paper currently, it is the New York Times, and its genocide denial in the genocide in Gaza has been a really significant force in American politics over the last couple of years, right? There has been a big development since last stream, which is specifically that the New York Times, the failing New York Times, published an article talking about sexual abuse by Israeli soldiers of Palestinian prisoners, including Palestinian prisoners being sexually abused by trained dogs. So that is unfortunately going to be an essential core part of the discussion that we're going to be getting into with David Frum's article here. No real way around this one. The New York Times has interviewed a bunch of people. There are tons of reports and evidence and even some videos of systemic sexual abuse by Israeli soldiers. They simply love like sexual violence as a weapon of war. It's a very like central actually thing to like how Israelis treat their enemies. And Pocket Dear Belly says, is the dog metaphorical? No. Unfortunately, we're talking about the IDF training dogs to rape prisoners. So, that's really horrible, isn't it? And The Atlantic, which is run by Zionists, including someone who was in the IDF, has actually put out multiple articles this week, I believe, that are like pushing back on this. But David Frum felt the need to really take it up as his thing personally. I think there's a good chance that whatever crime Israel did, that the New York Times finally drew the line on and was like, no, I'm sorry, guys, that's enough. We have to say these guys suck. Like, these guys just fucking suck. And to be clear, like, the New York Times, like, repeated in the article stuff about, like, Hamas using sexual violence, which, like, there are some, like, disproven claims about that they're still running with, right? I'm not saying, like, the New York Times has flipped and is, like, super pro-Hamas now. I'm just saying that whatever thing that Israel did that was too much, and the New York Times went, okay, I'm sorry, we have to talk about this. We have to talk about how fucked up this is. It feels fated to me that David Frum was going to come in here and say, and write an article called The New Blood Libel, regardless of what the actual contents of the article was. I think I've given it a long enough lead in. I'll give it the length of a plug as well, of plugging my links before we start as well, just to give people maximum content warning time, I guess. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I know I say these words a lot, like they're just a little repetitive script. That's because I have to learn a little repetitive script where I ask people for money. It's a really cool part of my job where I'm asking people to pay me, because in other jobs you do it because they are already paying you, and in this job I do it and I just like hope people pay me, which is really cool. So you can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. We had a subscription a minute ago, actually. Prince Infidel resubscribed at tier 1 for 8 months in a row, 43 total months of subscription. That's very cool. Thank you, Prince Infidel. You now, well, you presumably previously also had tier 1 Sophie from Mars emotes. That includes some of my own astrophotography, which I might update soon because I've got new, nicer pictures I can include there. Yeah. You can now also go kitty mode. It's pretty cool. I'm trying to raise money for my monthly expenses, as I usually am, but with a slightly higher tip goal on per stream than usual, because it's my birthday at the start of next month, and I'd like some birthday money because it's my 30th birthday and I'd like to take a little holiday. So please use command tip if you want to support the stream, most of all, and you're also perfectly welcome to support the stream in other ways. Okay, we're gonna start reading it. We're just gonna start reading it. This is the reaction of a Zionist to reading the like American liberal consensus reality paper of record, pointing out that Israel is a depraved nation that loves fascist violence and sexual violence. Okay, this is The New Blood Libel by David Frum. Subtitle, This is what globalizing the Intifada looks like. The synagogue where I was bar mitzvahed was built in 1963. The Nazi Holocaust of Jews of Europe had only ended 18 years before, but those nightmares seemed remote from the verdant and prosperous cul-de-sac in northern Toronto that led to the door of Temple Emmanuel. Light streamed into the lobby through the large picture windows. The congregants gazed out at the world through undraped glass, confident and hopeful. They invited the world to gaze back in. Prince Infidel says, "You've done so much, Sophie, I forget sometimes how young you are." I was talking to my neighbor yesterday who's about to turn 60, and he was like, "You're 30 years younger than me." Anything to click off of this article. He was like, "Please tell me about your job," because I was helping him fill in this form. And I said, "I'm a writer." And he said, "Do you write books? Do you write journals?" And I said, "I write political essays." And he said, "I see, that's why you know about this stuff." And I said, "No." Not really. Which is like, you know, a bit silly because on the one hand, obviously, like it is a part of why I know, like I've had a political education. I know that direct action gets the goods. I knew that just asking for the nebulous support of like councillors or politicians or whatever wasn't going to get us places. I knew that we had to organize. But the video essay space does not have a lot of people besides myself talking about how to organize. So, you know. So yes and no. Yes and no, right? Okay, we'll carry on with it. Okay. On the night of March 2nd, 2026, at about 10:45 p.m., a car pulled into the synagogue's driveway. A person stepped out of the passenger side and aimed a handgun at the synagogue's glass windows. According to the synagogue's rabbi, Deborah Landsberg, surveillance video did not capture the faces of the shooter or driver or the car's license plate. It caught instead something less practical but more telling, the shooter's outward calm. This person emptied the gun, paused, then resumed firing, 20 shots in all. The bullets shattered 9 panes of glass, their wooden frames gouged by bullet fragments. 2 months later, the synagogue's windows remain boarded over. The synagogue's rabbi, board, and other decision-makers are pondering a new and difficult dilemma: how to fortify their house of worship against a world where Jews are again marked for violence by their neighbors. I'm sorry, it's just like... I don't mean to belittle this. This is a very, very scary situation to be put in. And at the same time, like, if you're going to discuss it without talking about, like, Israel's culpability in driving anti-Semitism up, like, it doesn't behoove, like, every Jew experiencing more anti-Semitism to like respond to it by going like, this is Israel's fault. Like, that's, you know, that's obviously silly. But David Frum, like, in The Atlantic, in an article that is actually about Israel and Zionism, and all this shit, like, talking about Jew hatred in this like this way where it's this like rabid force that doesn't obey any kind of logic and isn't being driven by anything, and certainly isn't being driven by everyone seeing Israel claiming that they act for all Jews and doing a bunch of evil shit constantly. It's unhinged. This is the backdrop for the vehement response that so many Jews and friends of Israel have had to a column by Nicholas Kristof in the New York Times last week, in which he alleged a systemic Israeli campaign of sexual violence against Palestinian prisoners and detainees. Anti-Semitic violence in the Western world is quickening in tempo and intensifying in lethality. Much of that violence can be blamed on anti-Jewish incitement that draws on the deepest foundations of anti-Jewish myth. Okay. Several IDF soldiers were found to be raping prisoners, and they were disciplined mildly, and then there was a riot to protest for their right to rape Palestinians. There have been incidents of systemic rape of Palestinian prisoners by Israeli prison guards caught on camera. There are so many testimonies, of course, of Palestinians' experiences. Okay. The story of Temple Emmanuel and its windows feels particularly personal to me because so much of my family life took place within its welcoming walls. But it's just one incident out of too many to summarize or even tally. The deadliest so far was the mass slaughter at a Hanukkah party on Sydney's Bondi Beach in December. But perhaps only luck and good police would have prevented an even worse atrocity on American soil. In March, a man bearing an AR-15-style rifle crashed a car loaded with improvised explosives into a Michigan Jewish preschool near dismissal time. Just this past week, New York City Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch announced that federal prosecutors had thwarted a plot to commit mass casualty attacks on Jewish institutions in Los Angeles and New York. The town of Albergo, Spain, near Malaga, has a tradition called the Burning of Judas on Easter Sunday. In April, the image of Christ's betrayer was replaced by a 23-foot effigy of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. See, that one... do you kind of already know what I'm going to say, chat? Like, it feels like I should say and I should not say. Like, it's so obvious. Okay, yes, like the betrayer of Christ. I appreciate what he's pointing at there, but I don't think that, like, in November, protesters staged a parody Thanksgiving dinner at Union Station in Washington, D.C., in which figures wearing masks of Netanyahu, President Trump, and former President Biden pretended to drink blood and eat human organs and limbs, and wiped their mouths with Israeli flags. Like... oh boy. It's just like, someone who is doing an anti-Zionist protest, this kind of like spectacular protest, this like symbolic action of this kind, this very like theater kid energy protest of this sort, I would like for them to think about how to avoid falling into classically anti-Semitic stereotypes, right? Like, I wouldn't like to see Netanyahu like caricatured as like a stereotypical Jew, like loving money and having a big nose or whatever kind of like, you know, classic shit. And here, right, like drinking blood and eating human organs and limbs. I get you. I see what you're getting at. Also, they've clearly Netanyahu, Trump, and Biden. Like, one of those guys is Jewish, you know? It's also just like the constant refusal by liberal Zionists. I mean, I think David Frum is conservative, but like the constant refusal to seriously interrogate, like, what do we do about anti-Semitism when the obvious outcome of Israel insisting it acts for all Jews and doing this horrible shit is that people are going to, like, some uninformed, bigoted people are going to get really mad and take it out on Jews. Like, it just really bothers me. Like, there is a topic there, like a complicated issue going on there, and all of this is so deeply disingenuous. As these instances suggest, the line between anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist is often merely semantic. That's not what those instances suggest, bud. Like this person killed a bunch of people celebrating Hanukkah. This guy tried to blow up a school. Then there were people who were going to do a bunch of attacks in LA and New York against Jews. That's very clearly violent anti-Semitism, and these are political protests where some people criticized Israel very strongly in ways that you found to rhyme with anti-Semitism. Do you disapprove of Israeli policy? Then go ahead and depict the country's prime minister as the betrayer of Christ. Do you believe that the Israeli government used excessive force after the pogrom of October 7th, then revive the ancient accusations of Jews masterminding a political conspiracy and engaging in ritual murder and dismemberment? Thanks, David. I appreciate your permission. Eager to show solidarity with Palestinian grievances, go ahead and shoot a synagogue. I don't think. But then again, neither does David Frum, so it's okay. After each incident, local politicians intone familiar formulas. This is not who we are. Anti-Semitism has no place in our city, state, country. Hunter Biden's bathroom, welcome to the chat. Lovely to have you here. I think I know you from Mule's chat, but it says it's your first time here. You're very welcome. We're reading David Frum's article, The New Blood Libel. It's going well. And I lost my place. And I found my place. It's fine. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip, and I'd really appreciate any support that you can give, because I'm poor and I need your money, and I've been streaming for an hour now, so consider that that's an hour of me doing my job. So please pay me. Princess Beckknight666 says, I'm always so disgusted at how liberally Zionists use the term pogrom. It's really bad. It's like, yeah. These formulas ring false because they are false. After the first DUI, an inebriated motorist might plausibly say, this is not who I am. But after the 6th or 8th, sir, an alcoholic is exactly what you are. If you want to change, you'd better accept the truth about your condition. Yeah, I mean, stopped clock is right twice a day. I definitely feel exactly the same way about these kind of hollow statements by politicians. Literally today I saw a Labour MP saying it's really important that trans people are treated with respect. And I'm just like, like, do you have a law for that, ma'am? I'm sorry. Like, do you have a law that you can put in place that will make it so people treat trans people with respect? Because your government has put in laws that are completely unpersoning us and like stripping our access to basic like public life. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I'm also sick of politicians saying meaningless bullshit. I would also enjoy if they would confront that like anti-Semitism does exist in society. It would require them challenging a lot of very deep running stuff about society, including capitalism. Because one of the core components of anti-Semitism is the scapegoating of Jews for the evils of capitalism. And so, like, challenging capitalism is a great fucking start, right? This is the concern that the critics of Christoph's inflammatory Times opinion column have been trying to convey. Christoph claimed that Israeli prisons systematically engage in extreme sexual abuse of prisoners. True fact. Categorically true fact with mountains of evidence behind it, including anal rape by dogs. Some pretty strong evidence behind this one. Lots of accounts of it. He argued that this alleged systematic abuse is morally equivalent to the mass rape of Israelis by Hamas. Quote, the Israeli government rejects suggestions that it sexually abuses Palestinians, just as Hamas denied raping Israeli women. Hey. That one's frustrating just because, like, there were a bunch of fake claims made against Hamas after October 7th that they had engaged in sexual violence as part of their like terrorism operation that like had been manufactured, like had very pointedly been manufactured by the Israeli State Department. And like, yeah, I obviously the New York Times is just going to keep on running with like, I'm not expecting as I already said, the New York Times has not suddenly gone pro Hamas, and I'm not expecting it to, but it's yeah. That, of course, David Frum that's not enough for David Frum. Not only should the New York Times say that Hamas does 1 trillion rapes a second, but that Israel does none ever, and it's completely wrong to equate them. It is wrong to equate them because Hamas, because in October 7th, about 1,000 people died according to official death toll, and in the following 2 years, Israel killed 70,000 people in an open air prison from which they couldn't escape, while displacing like 700,000 people. You shouldn't equate them because Israel has done a ton more violence here and is in the wrong. Is the obviously greater evil, you know? Many critics have noted the column's defects of evidence and sourcing. For example, Christoph relied heavily on information provided by Euromed Monitor, despite the fact that the NGO has reportedly deep connections to Hamas. I'm sorry. Like, come the fuck on, dude. Like, sometimes I even try to, like, back off a little bit from, like, the UN is an organ of, like, American imperialism. Even though it is. Because I don't want to just, like, paint absolutely everyone with the same brush. I don't want to just be, like... I don't want to imply that, like, The Spectator or the New York Post or something is the exact same thing as The Guardian, because they're not the exact same thing, and that's part of the issue, right? This is... Morgan. No. Sometimes I try and back off this stuff a little bit, is what I'm saying, and it's like, it would just be nice to, like, see some of the same grace, I guess, afforded from the Zionists. And of course we're not going to have that because Zionists are fucking psycho-fascists. But, like, it's so crazy, dude. Like, it just sucks so bad. The other thing that sucks so bad is not getting paid for doing my job, so please pay me for doing my job. And the other thing that sucks so bad is that it's really warm in here. So I'm actually, I think, gonna hit the break for 2 minutes and put some ice in my drink. I've had my hot drink break. I'm gonna have my cold drink break. You might be able to hear my voice is kind of cracking up a little bit as well. I really need a drink. Sorry about this, everyone. Is it not going? everyone. What happened there was like I just got really dizzy. I don't know like if it was how obvious it was, but I was just genuinely like suddenly just a bit fucked. I don't know what was going on. I guess it's just quite warm in here. We're gonna carry on with the article. Okay. We were up to Euromed. Okay. Critics have also pointed out that the two named victims of prison abuse have changed their stories over time. Dude, this is so grim. This is like so grim. One man who initially claimed in 2024 to have been threatened with sexual abuse insisted 6 months later that he had suffered it. The other named source, described by Christoph as a freelance reporter who prides, quote, himself on his journalistic professionalism, end quote, has a record of celebrating terrorists on social media. So the other named source... Well, I can't have an AC unit while I'm streaming. That's exactly the... no, I have... Thank you, Morrigan, but I have like a... Also, like, you can help me get more stuff for my house by like tipping. But you already have. But I have a fan and stuff like this. It's just literally like, if I want the audio quality to be good while I'm streaming, which like is apparently a bit of a gamble anyway, then I can't have anything on while I'm streaming, and so I just boil in here. When it gets hotter than this later in the year, I'm just gonna have like the skylight open, so there's maximal like airflow, and there's just gonna be a lot of background noise from outside, basically. If anyone said that about claims of October 7th sexual assault, they get demolished. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. What did David think of Israel's pager attacks? It's just like the other guy who's gone on record saying that Israel is training dogs to rape people has a history of celebrating people that David Frum considers to be terrorists on social media. Like, in other news, water wet, I guess, but like with just like way too many words in it, you know, like... Christoph wrote that he asked former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert about these allegations of sexual abuse against Palestinians. Quote, "Do I believe it happens?" Olmert responded, "Definitely." Yet Olmert later said that he has no knowledge to support Christoph's claims of systemic sexual abuse, and the column misrepresented his views. I'm sorry, like... He interviewed former Prime Minister of Israel, and he said, "Is that stuff happening? Yes." And then he got in trouble for it, and he was like, "No." I was taken out of context. The most inflammatory charge in Christoph's column was the report that Palestinian men were anally penetrated by dogs, quote, coached to rape prisoners. The rape by dogs claim seems to have originated as a pure invention in the Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health. And then we copy the link out of here so that it doesn't just open the archive. Oh, it's going to do the archive again now. And we look at the... No, hang on a second, chat. We look at it and it says that the URL is dogabuseclaim.netlify.app. I'm throwing that one out of my court immediately. I'm sorry, that one doesn't even get due consideration. That's just... If you've registered the domain to talk about this, nah. It was then recycled on social media by anti-Israel partisans who amplified the slur into an urban legend. In response to skepticism about the anatomical improbability of a dog penetrating a human, we are now getting to the real depths of how it's going for the Zionists right now. They are arguing about whether or not a dog... Aye. Okay. Christoph mentioned that he had found 3 different medical articles that discussed rectal injuries in humans from anal penetration by dogs. Christoph did not provide links to these articles, nor did he acknowledge that the medical literature, and we open that link, and taking off the archive, I can already see this is a Twitter post. Okay, and that's... Oh, that's someone saying, I don't understand why you are misrepresenting the medical literature on this topic. Buddy. Okay, so we've got Nicholas Christoph here quoting someone who I think is summarizing probably our position best on this, right? Where she's just saying, I draw the line at arguing over mechanics of dog rape. Oh, it's Eve Fotlow! It's Eve Fotlow! Okay. Eve Fotlow is saying, for the 1000th time, chat. This is the 1000th time she's said this. That there is no scientific or behavioral evidence that dogs can be trained to commit sexual assault. Experts and dog behaviorists point to several biological and cognitive barriers that make this impossible, but go on with your desperate myths. Eve Fartlow, ladies and gentlemen, Jesus Christ. Suddenly everyone is an expert in this. Yeah, I need to pull back out of this one. David Frum is clearly kind of glinnering here. Like, he clearly has no idea quite how bad this looks, because if he did, he wouldn't be linking the Twitter back and forth, you know? Like, in your serious article for The Atlantic, you shouldn't be like linking a Twitter argument with Eve Fartlow unless the article is like about social media. Valerie the Lovely Italian says, I haven't had to say that 1,000 times. Am I doing something wrong? I don't know. I'm generally just living a very different life from Eve Fartlow. So, yeah. Okay. Medical literature discusses very rare cases of people initiating sexual intercourses with dogs, not of dogs engaged in assault, but this discussion misses the point. The tainted origin of this allegation from sources that have previously promoted other fantasies should have triggered that indispensable journalistic tool, the bullshit meter. Jewish space lasers has become a joke, but the Israeli rape dogs slur has now gained credibility at one of the world's most prestigious media outlets. Oh, I got soda all down me. Chat, I got distracted by Jewish space lasers. Okay, chat. I'm gonna have to go mop myself up. This sucks. I think it might be best, for the sake of discussing this, to assume that David Frum is correct that this thing has gone too far. Like, this particular claim is too much. I think there's something productive to get out of doing, of looking at this like this, right? I'm sticky. I'm sticky now. You drink 3 drinks at a time and still can't figure it out, Soph? I don't usually drink 3 drinks that have ice in them. That's my problem. It might be productive to assume, right, this specifically is untrue, right, in order to interrogate what the fuck is the point of this article. Because everything else Israel does is incredibly well documented. Like, just everything else Israel does is so incredibly well documented that, like, Frum's point here is that people are inventing ridiculous things that are beyond credibility for other like other groups, I guess, right? That this fits somehow into like the mythology of anti-Semitism. We haven't even got to the fact that Israel is suing the New York Times yet. I'm not sure if he even discusses this in here. Ice meta too advanced for Soph. She needs to brush up on the fundamentals. That is fair. You got me there. I do need to go back and hit the rink. Valerie the Lovely Italian saying 100% they want to focus on this so as to not have to confront the other 400 crimes against humanity that Israel does. But the 400 crimes against humanity that the article discusses as well, right? Like, that's the other thing about this that I'm finding really irksome, is that, like, David Frum has decided to go, that thing isn't true. Like, the article does actually, this New York Times article, like, yes, it does contain this one particularly inflammatory claim that, like, loads of people, including Eve Fartlow, have taken it as their personal crusade to, like, disprove this one particular claim. But what he's said in that article is, like, Israel is, like, detaining a bunch of people and torturing them in various different ways, and some of those ways are sexual violence, and sometimes they are raping Palestinian men. They are gang raping Palestinian men. There is evidence of this. There was that riot to defend Israeli soldiers' right to rape, and also they are training dogs to rape as well. And there's also the account of that woman who was raped by like a whole bunch of different Israeli, like, IDF guys. And the Zionists have responded to this with, there aren't rape dogs. Like, that's the thing they've responded here. And that on the face of it is, like, telling, and, like, it would be comedic if it wasn't so, like, deeply fucking hideous and violent. Christoph's critics have recalled past incidents in which the double Pulitzer Prize winner was betrayed by his reliance on deceptive sources, including identifying an innocent man as the author of anthrax terror attacks in 2001. Yet the Times stands by Christoph's work. Details were extensively fact-checked, with accounts further cross-referenced with news reporting, independent research from human rights groups, surveys, and in one case with UN testimony. Okay, I used the UN earlier as my example to, like, be on the other side from, like, this Euromed thing, because I don't really know Euromed's biases. But it turns out, to the Zionist brain, the UN is also just, like, too captured by anti-Zionism. For journalists, the most important question is always, is the story true? If the story is true, its consequences are not the journalist's concern. Our job is to inform society, not to protect it. I'm sorry, that on its own is like an amoeba-brained behavior. Like, sorry, like, okay, okay. How do I explain this point? If there are two stories published in a newspaper, and one is about how a billionaire has saved a puppy from a fire, and the billionaire makes weapons to kill children, and that's why he became a billionaire. And it's true to report that he saved a puppy from a fire, and it's true to report that he is criticized by the left, for example, right? And the other story is that, like, a black guy hit his wife, right? And it was a true story, right? And the paper puts the latter story, like, on the front page, with, like, quotes from the most racist person as the headline, right? Like reporting a thing that someone in true fact did say as the headline. Like, and then you turn to the second page and it's a nice heartwarming story about how a billionaire saved a puppy from a fire. Like, do you see what I'm getting at, chat? The one, like a random person committing harm against another person, not necessarily a story that's in the public interest, right? There is actually like a lot more to journalism than just, is it true or not? We report things that are true and we don't give a fuck what happens because of the true things that we say. Like, that's not journalism brain as much as like Eminem brain. Like, that's not a... like journalists are supposed to speak truth to power. They are supposed to report things that are in the public interest, right? And there are obviously like so many mechanisms by which journalism is like seriously manipulated away from like simply an objective reporting of the facts, like a court stenographer, into like the format that we actually read and consume journalism as. Completely ridiculous thing to say on the face of it. But that's not even David Frum's point here. Our job is to inform society, not to protect it. But in this case, the story is very doubtfully true. I'm sorry, bud, but I really think that like the New York Times, with its history of its long-term history of genocide denial about this particular genocide, probably checked their sources like actually quite carefully before saying stuff like this. Princess Beck Knight 666 says, liberal slop stream viewer voice. Whoa, you mean the things that media chooses to cover and the way they choose to frame the story isn't ideologically neutral? I assume that all of my viewers are Keanu Reeves in the 90s. Where are we? In this case, the story is very doubtfully true. It also happens to be a claim that will likely incite and justify acts of violence. Hey man, if the story's true, what about those guys that it happened to? You know? Like, if the story is true, he's saying like it's doubtfully true and it might have these consequences, so they should have been more careful before reporting it. But like, what about like, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Anti-Semitism has long trafficked in images of Jews as simultaneously uniquely cunning and uniquely disgusting. What could be more cunning and disgusting than training dogs to commit anal rape? The sexual abuse of men by animals transgresses the profoundest taboos protecting human dignity and purity. Those who believe Israelis and Jews capable of such an outrage might feel justified in... might feel justified in wishing that such bestial monsters were wiped from the earth, a shift from disgust, dehumanization to possible destruction that is well charted by social psychologists. This sentence has taken us from, this is a very extreme claim to be making that aligns with a lot of our cultural ideas of like some of the most extremely disgusting things that there are, straight to anyone repeating this is trying to do another Holocaust. Like, do we not see, in the process of writing and publishing something like this, David and also The Atlantic, that like, in the process of writing and publishing this, that you are doing the like running to like the anti-Semitism bell and ringing it really hard to defend the actions of Israel in this very like classical way, literally, like, you're talking about you're talking about, like, genocidal thought against Jews now, which, like, people become so sick of because they see it, right? Like, they've been seeing it recently in a way that they didn't, like, fully parse it before, and in seeing it, that has an effect on the world and how seriously those people take claims of anti-Semitism, right? Like, how is this not really apparent to everyone involved in the process of this article getting published? 6 years ago, the section for which Christoph works was keenly sensitive to even the most far-fetched theories of harm. In the summer of 2020, the Times published an op-ed by Senator Tom Cotton urging President Trump to act forcefully to quell disturbances that followed the killing of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer. The section was keenly sensitive to even the most far-fetched theories of harm. In the summer of 2020, the Times Senator Tom Cotton urged Trump to act forcefully to quell disturbances that followed the killing of George Floyd. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that David Frum is just, like, a horrible person. Yeah, no, I just... I was trying to pause here, and I realized that, like, actually this guy just, like... Okay. Dozens of times, staffers tweeted objections to the editorial decision, many using the same phrasing. Running this puts black New York Times staff in danger. That op-ed, which convulsed the New York Times newsroom and led to the forced resignation of the opinion editor James Bennett, is now prefaced on the paper's website by a 5-paragraph disclaimer that draws attention to disputed factual claims, criticizes the piece's tone as excessively harsh, and regrets that it failed to include necessary context, given the life and death importance of the topic. The wave of violence now besetting Jews in the United States and throughout the Western world apparently does not qualify as sufficiently life and death to expect this same scrupulous regard for tone, context, and accuracy from the newspaper's columnists. It's hard for me to read this, like, this one in particular, just because of, like, the particular, like, pearl-clutching, hand-wringing, upturned nose tone of the entire piece. Like, the way that you're supposed to read this is, like, apparently doesn't qualify as sufficiently life and death to expect this same script. It's just fucking exhausting, dude. Like, it just on top of so much else wrong here, like, this is just dog shit writing that sucks. Or maybe there's something else going on, something simpler and stranger. Matty Friedman, a former Associated Press reporter in the Middle East, has observed that in conflicts embroiling Israel and diaspora Jewry, many major Western media institutions have recast themselves as participants instead of observers. Stories harmful to Israel, false claims that Israel caused a famine as a weapon of war. Whew. Nah, dude. Come on now. Buddy, come on now. Buddy, come on now. Or the Israel airstrike destroyed a Gazan hospital? Buddy, come on now. It's just the, like, being halfway through an article and realizing you're just reading an op-ed by a monster. Just, like, an actual, like, monstrous fascist. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm writing a bit about Palestine at the moment, and something that's, I think, quite important to, like, my understanding of stuff that's come around over the last couple of years is the way that, like, in the American religion of oil, the Israeli has a special role where, like, the Israeli has learned the secret spiritual language of the region, has, like, meaningfully become Middle Eastern in this way that's, like, Western cultural ideas of what the Middle East is, which of course is the only, like, the defining ideas of what the Middle East is, because even the name is from a Western perspective, These ideas of what the Middle East are have been shaped by a history of hundreds of years of interventionist, exploitative looting and plundering by European and then American power. There is an idea of what the Middle East is, which is fundamentally barbarous, authoritarian, fascistic, a sort of Hobbesian dog-eat-dog world of violence that, like, Israelis have meaningfully entered by being, like, mostly white people who have a mindset that matches the horrors that Westerners expect in the Middle East. But the horrors Westerners expect in the Middle East are perpetuated by, stem from in indirect ways, and are often the direct results of Western white colonialism. And so it's just like when people talk about like the Middle East is like very complicated, like 9 times out of 10 what they're masking there is Zionism or like soft like Zionist like apologia, because they're trying to like smuggle in again this sort of like jargon, I guess, like technocratic view of the region and of its politics. I'm gonna skip the rest of David Frum because we're nearly 2 hours in, and I okay, you know what? I've just scrolled and there's only a few more paragraphs. We're gonna read the last few paragraphs and we're just gonna fucking bin this dickhead. I hate David Frum so much. I hate every time we read this guy. Okay. The October 7th attack was the most ambitious and well-organized undertaking ever waged by a Palestinian military force. I'm not sure about that one. Anyway, tunnels were dug and buildings booby-trapped at a cost of billions of dollars, including from donated aid intended to benefit Gazan civilians. On the eve of the fight, Hamas controlled an army estimated by Israel to be up to 30,000 people, far larger than the deployable ground forces of Great Britain or Germany. That on its own, completely fascinating claim, because like where were these 30,000 people during it, right? Like whatever. Operational secrecy was preserved with steely discipline, and Israel was utterly deceived and taken by surprise. Yet although the operation inflicted grievous damage, it ultimately failed in its goal of sparking a regional war to invade and overthrow the Jewish state. The failure left Gaza a ruin and tens of thousands of fighting men and civilians dead. The failure left Gaza a ruin. I'm bound by terms of service, but please feel free to discuss in private with your friends and loved ones what you imagine my feelings about David Frum might be. The slogan, "Globalize the Intifada," proposes a new mode of operations. Rather than wage a difficult and dangerous war against the highly armed Jews of Israel, the slogan urges anti-Zionists to target a more vulnerable population, the Jews of the diaspora. No, it doesn't, you fucking dickhead. You stupid cunt. What the fuck are you talking about? God damn it. Sorry, chat. Like... Globalize the Intifada is very clearly referring to, like, stopping the war machine that has its integral parts in our nations. And anyone who heard the phrase and was like, you're right, I should attack Jews, like, would be told by the vast majority of people in the movement, in the anti-Zionist movement, no, dude, that's an insane thing to say. You need to work on yourself. You're a racist. Like, Middle-earth Marxists pointing out this thing about failure to spark a regional war with what's going on in Iran right now. But I think there is some difficulty there because, like, that has not become the same kind of regional war. Since late March, attackers have randomly stabbed 2 Jewish men. And let's copy that link, and it's going to be about the Golders Green attack. And... oh shit, dude, it's the next article we're going to read. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's about the Golders Green attack, which, like, a mentally ill guy attacked 2 Jewish men and also 1 Muslim man. Arsonists have attacked 3 synagogues, an educational building, and 4 charity ambulances in the United Kingdom. 5 days after the shooting attack on Temple Emmanuel, shooters fired on 2 other Toronto area synagogues. Police have apprehended a suspect in those cases. Yeah, dude, like, fucking imagine how bad, David, imagine how bad Jews who don't support the genocidal regime of Israel must feel. Bro, like... like, imagine how bad Jewish people who, like, who don't, I can't even say I can't even say here, like, crave the death and the blood of Palestinian children because of the fucking, come on now. It's just, okay, we're gonna carry on, we're gonna get through it, we're gonna move on. A Montreal synagogue was twice the target of arson in 2023 and 2024. Mobs have attacked Jews outside synagogues in Los Angeles and New York City. One obvious response to the threats is for governments to fund new defenses around synagogue schools and community centers. American Jewish organizations spend an estimated 14% of their budgets on security, or around $75 million a year. These defenses exact a psychic toll as well as an economic one. The North American Jews of the 1960s and 70s imagined that they had left the ghetto walls behind forever. Now new walls are rising around them to protect against the violence stirred by campaigns of defamation. Buddy, I don't think the ghetto walls... I think it's quite insensitive and actually quite offensive to people who died in the Holocaust and people who survived the Holocaust to compare ghetto walls and North American Jewish organizations who can afford security for their temples, hiring security for their temples. Because, like, I'm very frustrated. Okay. It's all a long and sad distance from the brave declaration of belonging symbolized by the now shattered windows of my boyhood synagogue. But the story is not over yet. There are Americans, and Britons and Canadians and Australians and Europeans too, who remember fucking cocked behavior, extremely cocked behavior as a Canadian to be like, there are Americans, and then include another list of people who also count, and the one you are is second in the ancillary list, who remember that a society that turns on its Jewish minority eventually devours itself. The shots aimed at the windows of synagogues are aimed at larger targets. The advent of liberal modernity was announced by the dismantling of ghetto walls. The re-erection of those walls sounds a note of doom, and not only for the Jews. You know that comic? Chat, link this if you know the one I'm talking about so I can put it on screen. The guy setting up all the scary stuff around him and then, like, lying on the floor and being, like, afraid. Like, This article is like a point-for-point masterclass in that behavior. Like, Valerie the Lovely Italian says, the left Chaza a ruin line was some condensed vile shit. Oh, it was really fucked. Like, that was really fucking messed up. Chat, listen. Chat, listen. I've been streaming for 2 hours now. I'm trying to get to 520. That means that if everyone watching right now gave me £6, if you did command tip, that's !TIP in chat, and everybody watching gave me £6, we would get there instantaneously, and I would stop asking for donos right away. As it stands, that's probably not going to happen all at once. But as I've said before, it is my favorite thing when lots of little messages come in, donation messages for little donations, because then we're all working together. We're all sharing the burden of supporting this streamer. Please support me if you like the stream. I am poor and I need money to live, and I only get money, literally only get money when you choose to give me money, because that's the like, this is my literal job. As I've been saying, this landlord shit is eating up so much of my time. I am not getting enough work done for my main stuff. I am like slowly getting through this Ezra Klein piece. I'm really looking forward to all the videos that I'm currently working on. I'm spilling more soda on my dress. Can you believe it? Okay. I've actually recalculated. It would actually be £5.20, I think. Anyway, please tip if you are enjoying the stream, and VOD watchers, please use the links down below, especially to support me on Patreon, but you can also send me one-off donations there as well. Aha! Thank you so much, Mikiki. Thank you so much for that. And here is this one. This is David Frum. This is David Frum. This is extremely, extremely David Frum in the article that we just read. Absolutely beat for beat. That was precisely what we just read. Anonymous, thank you so much for the £5 donation with no message. Okay. Chat, please support the stream if you've been enjoying the stream. If you are enjoying the stream, if you're a regular viewer, we are going to move on because we have another incredible discussion of anti-Semitism to get to. Prince Infidel, thank you so much for the £13.12 donation with the message. Thank you for suffering for our enlightenment. Imagine if the nostalgia critic was like the liberal propaganda critic. Imagine if the nostalgia critic was doing liberal slop instead of whatever the fucking shit Doug Walker does. Like, if he's like, I'm media literate, so you don't have to. He's like, I've read Manufacturing Consent, so you don't have to. Funny joke name. Welcome to the chat. Lovely to have you here. Yeah, we're going to be reading another incredible piece about anti-Semitism. This time in Britain. This time the piece is set in Britain. Sorry, I don't know why. This bit's amusing me and probably nobody else. But this piece is about Britain. Sorry, I'm gonna stop doing it now. Sorry. Okay. No one knows what to do about Britain. Britain's exploding anti-Semitism. The first step is admitting that the United Kingdom has a problem by Yair Rosenberg. Okay, let's talk about Britain. Or as he would say, Britain. That's what he'd say, isn't it? Britain. The British Isles. Jews in the British Isles. Okay. All right, let's get to it. This is going to be probably frustrating in some of the same ways, some different ways as well, because I live in London. No message. Thank you so much for the £10 donation. No message. No. I've just checked. The message says no name. Chat, help. No message. Thank you so much for the no message. Thank you so much for the £10 donation. No name. Okay. That's fine. Let's get back to Britain. Okay. This one's going to be frustrating to me because I have lived in North London. I know people who live in North London. I know people who live in North London now in Jewish neighborhoods. I know Jewish people who live in London. used to live, when I was a tiny wee baby, actually, almost exactly where some of this stuff's been happening. And this one's going to be frustrating in some different ways, is what I'm getting at. I'm getting at, like, I saw a Hatzola ambulance a single-digit number of days ago. Okay. Actually, chat, you know what might be useful? Is if we just have a little chat about the events as they happened before we get into the Atlantic's account of the events as they happened. Okay. So there were a series of attacks. Attack the Block is now following. I love that movie. Hell yeah. There were a series of attacks for which perpetrators were not clearly identified as far as I'm aware, against synagogues and other Jewish institutions, including the Hatzola ambulances. And the media had been repeatedly talking about how these attacks were to do with Hayi, Hayi, supposedly an Iranian-backed terror cell in the... John Bodega is amazing. Imagine if John Boyega was John Bodega. Hey yo, I'm in Star Wars. Yeah, no, John Boyega rocks. He's a very talented actor, and I wish he was in more stuff. And it's absolutely insane, like, the level of pushback he got after he was, like, very rightfully pointed out that, like, Star Wars fans are crazy racist. There were a series of attacks. We're talking about the events as they happened, right? There were a series of attacks. The media reported on links to this Hayi, basically saying that it was Iran's fault in a way that looks to, like, drum up tensions between the UK and Iran toward potentially, like, pushing the UK further into the US's stupid war. Then there was an attack by a guy who had been released from psychiatric incarceration a few days earlier, who got in a fight with someone and stabbed him in South London, who was a Muslim guy, and then went up to North London and stabbed two Jewish guys in Golders Green. The guy going to Golders Green and stabbing Jewish people seems like an anti-Semite to me. I know, everyone clap. Hot take of the year. I know. So I'm not disputing that he was an anti-Semite, nor am I, as I've seen some people try to say when they're talking about the Muslim guy who he also stabbed, saying that he was, like, equally also an Islamophobe. I don't know that. But he seems to fit very classically into a guy who is having a real, not in touch with reality time and be a danger to others. Not, chat, a member of an Iranian terror cell, crucially. That part, quite important and pretty easy to miss because of how many people are not saying that part. Okay, but I'm sure Yair Rosenberg will. The surveillance video begins with a seemingly innocent scene. A Jewish man stands next to a bus shelter, adjusting his yarmulke. Suddenly he is pummeled by a passerby and stabbed repeatedly until he is propelled off screen. The victim's skullcap, which has fallen into the street, slowly wafts away in the wind. This assault was the culmination of a violent spree that shocked many in Britain. So, this assault was the culmination of a violent spree. We're saying that the attacks are just done now? I'm very confused by that as a claim. This assault was the culmination of a violent spree that has shocked many in Britain. Last Wednesday, according to authorities, a man named Essa Suleiman allegedly attacked Ismail Hussein, an acquaintance he'd known for decades in South London. He then travelled 8 miles to Golders Green, one of the most Jewish areas in the United Kingdom, and stabbed 2 random Jewish men in religious garb whom he did not know, including the one at the bus stop, before finally being apprehended. The 2 victims, ages 34 and 76, were hospitalised but survived. Jenny says, yeah, did they catch who did it? They caught who did this, but, like, this guy has no relation whatsoever to, like, Iranian terror orgs. So, like... Valerie saying, the 3 victims. Yeah, fucking crazy, right? Like... Sorry, like... He attacked Ismail Hussein... And then we just kind of forget about that guy. He's not important. The police said he was just kind of a nothing person, I guess. Like, what's happening here? What do we do? Chat, what are we doing here? I know this is a question I usually ask at the end of the article. I feel like I might as well ask it now. What are we doing here? It's like... On its own, this incident would be disturbing, but the Golders Green onslaught was just the latest in a series of escalating anti-Semitic attacks across Britain, and the 3rd one in 5 weeks in the same Jewish community. This past month, multiple synagogues in Golders Green were targeted by arsonists, as was another Jewish institution. The month prior, 4 ambulances owned by Hatzolah, the local Jewish-run charity ambulance service, were set on fire and destroyed. Last week, Hatzolah medics used their remaining resources to treat the victims of the Golders Green stabbing attack. And yet, despite pious protestations from politicians, the country appears to have no idea how to prevent any of this from happening. Last October, a man named Jihad al-Shami drove his car into a Manchester synagogue and began stabbing worshippers, one of whom was killed in the subsequent crossfire with police. That's a crazy way to report that. I'm sorry. That is a crazy way to tell that story. Okay. Okay. Three people were killed in the incident, including the attacker and a worshipper who were both shot dead by police. 3 other people were injured. 1 was hit by the car, 1 was stabbed, and the 3rd was wounded by police. That is an insane way to report that. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? What? What? Okay. Alright. Fucking fine. Like, whatever. Okay, fine. That's fine. In February, the Community Security Trust, which tracks anti-Semitic activity in Britain, announced a grim milestone. For the first time ever, CST recorded over 200 cases of anti-Jewish hate in every calendar month in 2025. One of Britain's oldest minorities now feels itself under siege. British Jews are super concentrated in northwest London, wrote Ben Judah, the author of This is London and a former advisor to the British government on social media. There are only 250,000 of us. Roughly around 100,000 of us live in this area and surrounding areas. It's like a small town that's now under sustained attack. The responses to the stabbings in Golders Green help explain how this predicament arose and why it continues. I mean, like, this is a part of what I'm getting at here, is that, like, I agree with some of this stuff. Like, genuinely, it is a small community, and, like, I have family members who live near there as well. Like, none of my family are Jewish, but like, I have family, like, my family has lived in the area before, and for a while, like, by various moves, my family moves around a lot, but just like, my family has like lived there historically and presently, and like, it's fucking scary, you know, it's dead ass really fucking scary. And like, I have a bunch of other friends who also, you know, live in the area, and also have Jewish friends in the area, and it's just like, this sucks, dude. But like, where there is some ability to like draw a clear line, like see that these attacks are being done by this you know, organization or whatever. Pardon me. That could potentially provide some level of comfort, and like, not knowing and feeling like the entire world is out to get you is something else. And I think there is some caution that you could exercise for the sake of people's like peace of mind as well as their literal physical safety. Anyway, the responses to the stabbings in Golders Green help to explain how this predicament arose and why it continues. Even as the victims were still in the hospital, an array of online apologists. Daphne, definitely, thank you so much for the £18 donation with the message. In Britain! I think that's how you wanted me to read it. Okay. Even as the victims were still in the hospital, an array of online apologists associated with Britain's ascendant hard left explained away the incident and its implications. This is another hideous effect of Zionism, is like the stifling of discussion in a way. This is so frustrating because you end up sounding like a right-winger, because they say all of this gibberish bullshit about free speech. They're like, you can't even say anything anymore. And it's like, you can't say some stuff because of these guys. Anyway, the importance of Israel in the rise in anti-Semitism needs discussing, because there's something like, as I said with the last piece, like, Israel associating itself with all Jews and saying that it's acting on behalf of all Jews. Good night, Artist. Thanks for hanging out. It's been lovely to have you here. Israel saying that it acts on behalf of all Jews and then doing a bunch of evil shit is going to promote anti-Semitism, because there are some uninformed and bigoted people in the world, right? Them conflating some things that people, you know, like Palestinian children not being exploded, with anti-Semitism is going to make some people care less about whether they are promoting anti-Semitism. Like, there is a genuine chilling effect on people's ability to openly discuss anti-Semitism because of Zionists. And none of that is to say, is me trying to talk like the only thing to say about this anti-Semitism is that Israel is responsible for it. Because that's a big shrug, right? That just doesn't get us anywhere. Like, we have to have solidarity with Jewish communities and protect Jewish people from anti-Semitic attacks. And this, as I said a minute ago, like this idea that like this feeling of like North London Jewish communities, which again, like the highest concentration of Jewish people in the UK, being under attack, under siege, like, I think there is a reality to that. And also, the people who would like to have solidarity there are being asked instead to disavow Palestine, right? Which is like several, like that's not. Hey. We should carry on with it. We should just carry on with it. Socha Flora, welcome to the stream. Socha says, because the central premise of Israel on paper is defense from anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism will always serve their interests, and by extension the interests of the largely culturally Christian world powers, which have their fingers in Israel. It's good. That's a good, concise description of what's going on there. Okay, before we go on, I've been streaming for 2 hours and 15 minutes. Everyone, please, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command TIP. It's !TIP. If we hit the goal, which is 520, we will add an extra bonus stream on. I know I've not been doing my bonus streams recently because of all this anti-landlord organizing I've been doing. But I will be catching up doing it over the summer. I will be doing all of the bonus streams that we have stacked up, which is currently quite a few, and we can add on an extra one for more Resident Evil or Katamari Damacy or whatever we choose to play, which we'll discuss in the Discord. Okay. Please, I'm going spacey again. I'm gonna drink some more water. This isn't water, this is soda. Oh, it's way too warm in here. I just got the mental image of like doing a liberal slop stream naked, but it's not an OF stream or whatever. It's literally just like it's just too fucking warm in this house. All right. Okay. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. Subscribe, cheer, donate directly using command TIP. It's my birthday at the start of next month, so I really appreciate chat donations. And if everyone watching right now donated, let's see, £4.50, I want to say. If you all did command TIP and then £4.50 right now, we'd get straight to the goal, I think. All right. But we're back. In Britain, some pointed to the reported mental health issues of the assailant as though this somehow excluded an anti-Semitic motive. Ah, well, luckily I know that's not me, because I've been saying the guy was clearly anti-Semitic, and also mentally unwell, and also stabbed another guy. Whatever the alleged perpetrator's internal demons, he didn't travel across London to attack Presbyterians. He went to a historic Jewish neighborhood and attempted to kill Jews. The initial altercation with his acquaintance was a common crime. The knifings in Golders Green were hate crimes. A common crime. The other commenters attempted to change the subject from the attacker's treatment of his Jewish victims to the police's treatment. Someone, thank you so much for the £31 donation and the message. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, thank you for donating and thank you for appreciating what I do. And I really need to change those donation alerts because that's me from a really long time ago now. When I film the Ezra Klein video, which is going to involve a lot of green screen, I will also update the Twitch alerts so you'll be able to tell when I have filmed the Ezra Klein video because my Twitch alerts will change. Okay, chat, please be normal about... I just made a joke about being naked because I'm too warm. I know I shouldn't have. I know sexy lady make joke about taking off clothes. I know what I've done. I'm sorry. No one can pay attention anymore. I'll just carry on with reading this. The attacker's treatment of his Jewish victims to the police's treatment of the attacker. Okay. If you've seen the footage of this, right, it's so clearly like Met Police guys who are like, yeah, get a terrorist, yeah, like it's so clearly. Now all the horny people in chat are apologizing. It's okay. I'm just joking around. It's okay. if you see the footage, like, genuinely, like, they've already tased the guy and they take turns kicking him in the head. And it's just like, in the, what am I trying to say here? In a society with due process, even the guy who has just been doing a hate crime, stabbing people, like, you have to see that, like, it's not actually the police's job to, like, enact violence on that guy, right? It's just not, like, if you watch the video, it is just really fucked, right? Like, and it's not based on a deep-rooted sympathy. Such a Sublime, thank you so much for the £4.50 donation and the message, it's time to instate the horn gulags. No! It's fine for people to be horny. I was just joking about how people weren't paying attention. They have to be horny and pay attention. There's like what I've actually theorized here is like a simulator for it's like a very unique girlfriend experience for me specifically, because like I do just walk around the house naked a lot, and then I do start talking about philosophy or politics with no warning. So it'd be like to mere chatters with their feeble chatterbrains, this is like an arduous task to take on, right? Like remaining like focused in, dialed the fuck in, while also barred up. But but to my partners, this is just their experience of life. This is just their experience of being around me. Princess Back Knight 666 says, everyone get horny about getting a gold star for your contributions to the stream chat now. Yeah. Got the hots for teacher is allowed, actually. Otherwise, Princess Back Knight would be banned. Okay. This is so derailed. Is this going to become a hot tub stream? Hot tub liberal slop stream is actually such a funny idea to me. Like, such a funny idea. Like, I'm scrolling the... I'm not going to say no, but I don't expect that's happening. So, like, nobody bank on that. Okay, we're going to carry on with the article. If you're enjoying the stream in any way, I guess, consider paying for the stream, subscribe, cheer, donate directly using command tip. Thank you. I need money to live. Thank you so much. Up to our necks in slop. Locked in and bricked up. Okay. Chat, you have to remember that some people here are not horny at all. There are some people who are genuinely only enjoying the stream in the intellectual way. And so I don't want to be off-putting to them, okay? Contemptible abuse of police power, read a representative post on X. Why kick him in the head several times when he'd already been tasered and in your control? Some call for the suspension or imprisonment of the police officers. In reality, as the full video of the confrontation showed, the police were not gratuitously roughing up the alleged assailant, they were attempting to disarm him. Did he have a weapon in his head? What are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, what are you fucking... They're attempting to disarm him with their boots on his head? What are you... The only thing that can stop a bad anti-Zionist take is a terrible Zionist take. The only thing that can stop a bad guy with a biased view of politics arguing one side and leaving out important context is a good guy with a biased view of politics arguing one side and leaving out context. It is fucking crazy to say what are you talking about, dude? No, absolutely not. What the fuck are you talking about? What? They kicked him in the head over and over and over again, and in response to we'll get to it in a second, but Zach Polanski saying that this was not a good way for police to behave. One of the fucking shit rags, one of the like right wing shit rags, like made a cartoon of him running up to the police, apprehending the attacker and kicking them in the head as he's like. The layers of broken brain that are going on here are absolutely astonishing. Okay. They were attempting to disarm him by kicking him in the head over and over and over again. Nah, dude, come on. Absolutely ridiculous. Sorry, everyone, there's a fly on my screen. Okay, I'm gonna grab some more ice really quick. And then we'll carry on with the article. It's just so warm. Okay. Let's get some cold soda going on here. Princess Back Night 666. I don't know, Sophie. David Frum told me a journalist's first priority is the truth. So this article can't possibly be misrepresenting anything. You're probably right about that. Okay. Chat. Listen. Now, through the power of working together, brackets, sending me money, the number that everyone would need to donate to hit the goal has lowered. It's now only £3. If everyone watching right now donated £3, we would hit the goal immediately. So, please use command tip, !TIP, and donate. We're going to press on with the article just as soon as I've cooled myself down a little bit. And I'm really hoping I don't spill more soda down myself. Okay. In reality, as the full video of the confrontation showed, they were just trying to disarm him by kicking him in the head over and over and over again. Why, as I was alluding to with my jokes just a minute ago, like, why lie? You know, like, it's okay for you to say, like, for you to say maybe he had a knife still, but police aren't perfect and their tempers are probably running high when they're responding to the very exact like hate crime they've been afraid is gonna happen for the last few weeks, and now it's happening. You know, like, you could just say, yeah, that treatment of the guy was the police treatment of the guy who did the terror attack, not good, but also probably not the important thing to focus on here, so it's kind of disrespectful for everyone to be for so many people to be focusing on it. And I think that would be a completely reasonable thing to say, to be honest. Like, genuinely, if that was your point here, I would be on your side. These deflections were soon distilled into a single post that was addressed to Britain's Police Commissioner Mark Rowley and reshared by Zach Polanski, the leader of the country's Green Party. So essentially, Rowley's officers were repeatedly and violently kicking a mentally ill man in the head when he was already incapacitated by taser. Polanski, who is Jewish, later apologized in a statement for sharing a tweet in haste. Some seemed inclined to shift blame from the anti-Semitic attacker to Jews themselves. Suleiman made no reported claims about Israel during his London rampage, but this did not stop some commentators from attempting to make the story about Israel, and implying that British Jews played a role in their own persecution because they were not expressing the right opinions about Israel at the right volume. The UK Jewish community, quote, the UK Jewish community could help to damp down the likelihood of such outrages by making it clear that it is appalled by the brutality of Israeli policy, as almost everyone else is, wrote Sir Tony Brenton, a former British ambassador to Russia. Is this true? Not like, is it true that he said that? I'm just thinking about it. Is it true to say that, like, anti-Semitism would decrease if Jews everywhere except Israel disavowed Israel? You'd be dealing with a very different world then, right? Like, Israel would become a very strange, different thing if the vast majority of Jewish communities everywhere else, like, strongly condemned them and were like, we are completely against this. It's an odd claim. It's an odd claim to think on. I don't know. The disavowal probably wouldn't be believed by most anti-Semites, says Weirdo of Oz. I think that's a very good point. That's kind of what that's kind of why I was pulling it up. Jews, like everyone else, are entitled to protection from attack and murder without having to agree with Sir Tony's analysis of foreign policy, retorted two members of the House of Lords. Okay, but analysis of foreign policy here is being used in a really fucking snide way, because, like, it's not just Sir Tony's analysis of foreign policy, is it? It's the UN has said that Israel was committing genocide, right? Like, that's not just one guy's kind of vibes analysis of foreign policy. He overlooks the fact that the Jewish community in this country has a wide range of opinions on Israel, and that the anti-Semites responsible for recent outrages do not care about the views of the people they are trying to kill. All that matters to them is that they're Jewish. Again, here, I think that, like, the article is making a fairly reasonable point. Like, the vast majority of Jewish people who I know are obviously anti-Zionist. Like, I'm saying obviously because it's just not surprising, right, that I would have friends who are anti-Zionist. And they are broadly not, like, I don't know, I'm just thinking it over. It's just like, if any of, like, people living in known Jewish neighborhoods are subject to this anti-Jewish violence, and, like, it's not as simple as, like, wear a keffiyeh or something. Like, there are some very notably anti-Zionist Hasidic Jews, for example, who would definitely be targeted in an anti-Semitic rampage because they're incredibly visually, obviously Jewish, identifiably to an anti-Semite. The refusal to acknowledge overt anti-Jewish prejudice in Britain is one reason the prejudice persists and proliferates, but the responses to Golders Green that do recognise the problem have also fallen short. Before and after the assault, many politicians called to ban pro-Palestine protests, which have at times featured anti-Semitic iconography and chants in the country's capital. Quote, "It pains me to say this, but I think we may have reached a point where we need to have a moratorium on the sorts of marches that have been happening," Jonathan Hall, the UK's independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, said last week. It's clearly impossible at the moment for any of these pro-Palestine marches not to incubate within them some sort of anti-Semitic or demonizing language. Sorry, if you just said up here, the attacker made no claims about Israel during his attack, why on earth would this be the response? Like, that just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I do think this article is doing an odd thing that I've seen fairly often in discussions around anti-Semitism in liberal slop, when they're like trying to kind of paper over Zionism. Is that like they talk as if Jews exist like in the Western world in some sort of like ahistorical bubble where like Israel's existence and actions are not being associated with Jews, like at the same time as they will explicitly acknowledge Israel. Like, a lot of this article talks kind of as if, while in some turns acknowledges Israel directly, and in other turns talks as if this is just rampant Jew hatred from everyone's like deep-seated anti-Semitism, which has nothing to do with anything. And I do think there is like anti-Semitism in society, and I do agree like with a need to challenge it, and it's just very frustrating to see that in a moment when things are so obviously being spurred by like the actions of Israel, and so obviously not being like incubated at pro-Palestine marches where there are loads of Jews making a big noise about how anti-Zionist they are, actually. Chants such as globalize the Intifada certainly continue to age poorly as Jews are stabbed, firebombed, and shot around the world by bigots purporting to act in the name of Palestine. Oh, man. Sorry, that just sucks so bad, right? Like, just like, Israel claiming to act in the name of Jews, killing a ton of children, and civilians in a massive fucking open air prison where they're not allowed to leave, just relentlessly slaughtering them over and over again, using drones that play the sounds of children crying to lure out people so they can be shot by snipers. And then this dude writing, Jews are being shot by bigots purporting to act in the name of Palestine. I'm just like, dude. But many participating in pro-Palestine marches do not harbor violent hate for Jewish people, and throttling their free expression in order to punish a mendacious minority will sweep up innocence and stoke resentment. Yes. Okay, weird finding myself agreeing again. Speech policing is particularly perilous in the case of anti-Semitism because anti-Semites claim that a powerful cabal of perfidious Jews are covertly controlling society behind the scenes. Efforts to castigate anti-Jewish bigots are thus easily twisted into confirmation of the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. As the Guardian columnist Jonathan Friedland put it, we will be blamed for censoring free expression, cast as the shadowy string pullers who put a gag on everyone else. Big government cracking down on speech is quickly refashioned as the machinations of the Jews. Heavy-handed tactics can also make offending speech seem more transgressive and alluring, and turn malign actors into martyrs. But such approaches are being championed by the country's rising hard right, just as the deflections from the problem are being promoted by the hard left. The result: the most energized voices in British politics are the ones with the least serious solutions. Most energized voices, and we copy the link, and the link says, it's a Politico article. Greens and Reform UK both set to surge in London elections, poll shows. The ones with the least serious solutions. Sorry, the Greens actually have a completely serious platform. It's just like not ideologically aligned with the dog shit way this fuck-ass country is currently going. Like, they're changing things because they need changing. Like, this ongoing comparison between the Greens, my goodness, the woke Greens, and Reform by British media because they're both relatively extreme. It's so fucking frustrating. Like, okay. Meanwhile, the historically unpopular Prime Minister Keir Starmer has so far resisted shutting down the pro-Palestine protests. Yeah, dude. Good. Even as he has condemned slogans such as globalize the Intifada and as calling for terrorism against Jews. Instead, the British police have allocated £25 million in emergency funding to secure Jewish communities. But there are some things money can't buy. We want normal to be like normal is for everyone else, says Barry Frankfurt, a synagogue president who was interviewed by BBC Radio alongside his daughter. But it's not. Normal for us is that when Libby was 5 in primary school, she was told what the code word was that meant she had to hide under the table. Now she's 16, and she says she goes to a school, and her bus is checked routinely. The response broadly is, we know we have a problem, and the answer we're going to give is that we're going to spend more money on making sure that there can be Jewish buildings which have even higher gates and even more security guards, Frankfurt continued. And that isn't solving the problem. Across the political spectrum in Britain, no one seems to know what will. No one seems to know what will. What will decrease anti-Semitism overall? Chat, let's turn the question directly to you. Let's just do it. Let's just what will solve the anti-Semitism crisis in Britain? Princess Backnight 666 says, so this article is trying to normalize the idea of banning all pro-Palestinian expression while pretending the author opposes it, yeah? I'm not sure. It's a difficult one. I think that is a very valid read of it. But I'm a bit like... I think there is an attempt here to portray a real frustration. Valerie the Lovely Italian says, stop saying that bombing hospitals is necessary for Jewish people to be safe. Morgana says, stop funding genocide. Yeah, I mean... I guess I think the biggest thing that like helps with all forms of racism is education. People being less alienated. Like if there was an eco-socialist, anti-Zionist prime minister who was Jewish in the UK, and like society started getting better and people were having a good time with their Jewish prime minister who also explicitly opposes Israel, then maybe like that would have an overall positive effect on the levels of anti-Semitism in British society. But that's a completely like made up, obviously that was a total hypothetical, and there couldn't possibly be someone in the mainstream of British politics who is a Jewish party leader, who is an eco-socialist and an anti-Zionist. You know? If only there was a guy who was like that, who was, you know, if he was gay as well, I'm sure that would appeal to even more of the woke DEI types, right? Meeting types of people helps you to understand that type of person better and have a positive association with them, because you see them as a human being, right? My neighbors have met a few trans women now, and they hadn't necessarily before, and it's a joke that Abby and I have been making to each other, like, our neighbors think that, like, trans women are just, like, fucking superheroes. Like, their impression overall of trans women so far is trans women rock. Because they help you fight your landlord, you know? Um, but like, when you come together in community and you meet types of people, you get to see those types of people as human beings, and that helps to challenge prejudices you have against those types of people. When you have problems and those problems get blamed on those types of people, you buy in more to stereotypes. So this seemingly very, very complex and intractable problem of this form of racism suddenly becomes relatively simple, right? If people were less alienated and they could meet Jewish people in a way where they would see them as human beings, right? If you deal with their material problems and you also give them opportunities to meet Jewish people, to be educated on the facts, then it doesn't have to be a question of whether individual Jewish people are Zionist or not, right? As if that's this like weighing of whether they deserve to be like the subject of a terror attack. Like, it would just be that people would be less anti-Semitic if society were improved somewhat. Daphne definitely says, that's so great. Thank you for being such a good ally to tenants, Sophie. I'm a tenant! I am quite glad that like this is like a lot of my neighbor's first impression of trans people. He's like these two tall, beautiful women are organizing their neighborhood to fight against the landlord. And we might get them massive like rent repayments, or we were gonna get them the massive rent repayments. I can't really tell you about the like what we might do, because there's some stuff that I think is like it's best for me to keep stum about until like more concrete steps are taken. But like there's some cool shit that we're hopefully going to be able to do. A frustrating article. Not as bad as the David Frum one. Honestly, I kind of expected it to be the other way around. I was expecting for a like Frum being kind of silly and dumb Frum, and then the exploding anti-Semitism in Britain to be a really a bit of a vile one. And like it was a bit of a vile one, but like nowhere near. Okay. We've now been brought into the world of Britain. And the rest of the stream is going to be focused a little bit on British politics. In particular, we're going to be talking about one Mr. Wesley Streeting. We've got a couple of articles to read about Wes Streeting in particular, and then we're going to talk about some Europe stuff, if we have time. We'll see. So, I don't know if people know about Britain outside of the UK and what's going on here at the moment, but we have a very bizarre current situation where Starmer absolutely shit the bed. Just like really fucked it. Like really, really fucked it. Historically unpopular Prime Minister. If he presented any kind of real left-wing vision, he would be able to like scoop up so many votes so fast. Even having supported a genocide, he would still be able to raise his numbers if he just did some left-wing shit. But he has been chasing the far right non-stop since day one. And not even day one of being elected. Like well before that. Like day one of just being Labour leader or anything at all. If you watch Mule's stream, you'll probably be fairly familiar with this. I do recommend watching Mule's stream. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please follow DJ Mule on Twitch. I would say Starmer is probably one of Mule's blowbos in the way that I hold Ezra Klein in this space to be like, he could be a Blorbo, you know? He could be. But in the meantime, I'm kind of hate watching, but I also like he could be. He has the potential. I'd really like him to be better. It's not quite the same for Mule because he doesn't play with his little dolls in the same way. But I do think Keir Starmer is a Blorbo, like an anti-Blorbo for Mule. And he agrees with me. Actually, we chatted about this. You probably know about this stuff if you've been watching Mule's stream. Conference, yeah, exactly. So, Starmer is hysterically unpopular. We recently had these local elections, May 7th. Terrible turnout. No one cares. Everyone switched the fuck off at this point. Like, no one cares. Absorbent. I like it. One of the weird things about Starmer, says Funny Joke Name, is that even those who agree with his public stances don't support him on those matters because they don't understand his motivation. Yeah, I think that's a very fair read. I think it's a very, very fair read. Like it's just quite baffling. Like he's such a puppet. He's such a weak guy, and kind of just an idiot. Anyway, so the local elections completely sucked shit. Loads of reform guys got elected. A few Greens got elected. Yeah, like a few Greens got elected. A small smattering of them have had to resign. Over 100 reform councillors have had to resign. Like there have been multiple entire reform councils that have gone down and like lost their overall control because of how badly, because of just like reform just being a scam, you know? If you want more on this, listen to the Red Planet bonus episode, which is on Patreon now, titled "My Goodness, the Woke Greens," where we discuss the election results and what they mean. But these bad results have put us in a situation where there is a popular call for there to be a leadership contest, right, and for us to get a new prime minister. There's a misconception that if we got a new prime minister, we would have to have some kind of snap election. Basically because this has happened before in the UK, that we've gotten a new prime minister in living memory and then had a snap election. But that isn't actually a requirement. When the general election happens, the party has a mandate for 5 years. And even if they change prime minister infinity times in those 5 years, they have no legal obligation to have an election to reaffirm their mandate. And if they did, it would then be another 5 years, right? Princess Back Knight 666 says, "Can you imagine a more useless and unpopular functionary than Keir Starmer?" I mean, Biden was pretty fucking unpopular and useless. Even if everyone in Britain takes a turn being prime minister. Yeah, no, exactly right. There is no legal obligation towards that. And similarly, it's considered like polite almost. Like if you fuck up the local elections really, really badly and you lose like a ton of seats, it's considered normal here on Normal Island for you to give up being prime minister and for there to be a leadership contest. And Starmer, in an absolutely shocking move for what a historic wet wipe he is, has gone absolutely sicko mode and will not give up being prime minister. He has dug his claws in. He has initiated like emergency protocols in number 10, right? Like, no, it's he isn't going anywhere. And he's been planning for a little while to make sure this is the case as well, right? So like when there was the Gorton and Denton by-election, that was an election to replace a single MP near Manchester, for those who don't know. That's how we got lovely Hannah Spencer, who's one of our blorbos here on the stream. When that happened, there was talk about Andy Burnham, Mayor of Manchester, running as a Labour candidate in that by-election so that there would be so that he could be an MP, and then if he was an MP, he would be able to have a leadership challenge, and then he would have good odds of being the new prime minister. And Keir Starmer blocked him from running. I think that was the definitive moment when the Labour Party died. I think like backing the genocide in Gaza, like there wasn't going to be any recovering from that, I think, really. But like there might have been moving on from it. There might have been like, okay, we know now for sure, like Labour has done this, and it's a mark on its like its political history, and like there's not much we can do about that. But maybe we can change the complete leadership of the party and the direction of the party. And then they blocked Burnham from getting in. Burnham isn't massively to the left of Starmer. Like Starmer is actually quite like historically right wing for a Labour leader, so it's not hard to be to his left. But Burnham isn't massively to his left. And he's currently being made out as being like massively to his left. But this is what was like dubious about him being a viable candidate to like replace Starmer and then make Labour more left wing, save the Labour Party, save Britain, save the world. Yeah, it was like quite a difficult idea in the first place, and him getting blocked that first time around, I think that was the moment the Labour Party died. Even through all of its like tiny little hideous transformations in trying to chase the far right all this time, I think that specifically when the Labour Party, when Starmer blocked the sorry, shit's blowing up in the estate group chat right now. It's a nightmare. There's like 30 new messages and a thing. Anyway, when he blocked Burnham, I think that was when the Labour Party died. And I think that like now we're in this bizarre space where like he has been so unpopular that even his special boy, Wes Streeting, has resigned in what people thought was like triggering a leadership competition. But I've been saying this for a bit, right? I actually have an image of what will happen if Keir Starmer is challenged for the leadership by Wes Streeting, okay? And let's just go... Yeah. So it's important to remember that Wes Streeting is like Starmer's sidekick, right? Like he is like a mini he's like a mini Starmer, in the same way that like Starmer has like put loads of like parachute candidates all around the UK, so that he effectively has this like Sardaukar of like this like imperial guard of like business boys, like identical briefcase wankers all around the UK who will vote the same way as him no matter what. There is one elevated clone, right? Like Boba Fett, right? He's like Boba Fett, right? Like the like Starmer is like a boring Jango Fett, like a really boring Jango Fett, who instead of like being a bounty hunter, he's a briefcase wanker. And then there's like the clone army who are all based on him. And then there's his son, right? Wes Streeting, right? And I know I mix metaphors a little bit with the Dune and the Star Wars, because I know, but like the Sardaukar is real. You have to appreciate this. So if Streeting challenges Starmer, I have an image of what that's going to look like. So this was made by Francisco Goya. This is what it will look like if Streeting challenges Starmer. Starmer will look like this, right? Oh God, what am I doing? Oh, Wesley, if only you hadn't challenged me. No, I don't want this. Why? You know? That's what it's gonna be like. And Wesley, he's gonna be just dead. Just extremely dead. Just extremely. I'm the man of tempered glass. Oh no, I didn't want this. No. Everyone's going to be having a bad time seeing it, right? Everyone's going to be having a terrible time. But the one who's going to be having the worst time, except for maybe Wes Streeting, because he'll be dead, will be Starmer, right? Meep, meep. Oh God, Wesley. No. Meep, meep. This is like, he's gonna be suffering really badly as he destroys his special boy to protect his dominion. My father was a spice farmer. Yes. Absolutely. Whereas Wes Streeting is a giant worm. Heyo. Okay. Now, the reason I say this, I think Wes Streeting, if he wants to be PM, and I don't think enough people have actually addressed the issue of whether he does want to be PM, because I think there's a very real question to be asked here about whether Wes Streeting just loves Daddy. He just wants to be Daddy's good boy. I genuinely think there's a very real read of this situation that Wes Streeting wants to be Daddy's good boy, and he wants a new daddy, right? Like, that he doesn't actually want to be in charge himself. Perfect time for femme dominance to follow. Welcome to the stream. Chat, if you enjoy femme dominance, if you've been enjoying the stream, I've now been streaming for 3 hours. This is my job. I am doing it for work. This is work. I'm working right now. Please pay me for doing my job. I'm quite poor and I really need money. And I like it when I get paid for doing my job. So you can subscribe or cheer. If you have a Prime account and it's linked to your Twitch account, you may not know this, but you get a free Prime sub that you can spend on me. And if you choose to, then you won't have to spend any extra money in doing that, but I will get real money, which is pretty cool, right? So please subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command TIP, that's !TIP in chat. To help me to reach my goal for the stream today, which is 520, which means that we're, £105.45 away from that, meaning that if everyone watching right now tipped, I'm going to just say it's about £3 again. It's like £3.50, it's £3, it's something in that region. Please use command !TIP, command tip, and then go through, and even if you just send a little amount, it still makes a difference. I am trying to raise money, generally for my bills and just being alive. I am not making as much progress as I wish I was on my main job as a video essayist at the moment, because of organizing the estate against a landlord who is trying to evict 200 people and being one of the only people with organizing experience, and so being very central to the organizing, and it's taking up a lot of my time at the moment. And on top of that, it's my birthday at the start of next month, and I'd really, really like to book in a holiday because it's my 30th birthday, and I was born in New Zealand, and I'd like to go back there and visit. So, if you'd like to help make that happen, please donate and help me hit the dono goal today. Okay, so Wes Streeting, I think will get absolutely this if he tries to challenge Starmer on his own. If he wants to be PM, which is something I think not enough people are interrogating. If he does want to be PM, I think that Streeting versus Starmer is an incredibly, straightforward Starmer smackdown victory. Shirara, thank you so much for the £29 and 89 pence donation. Happy Earth, and with the message, happy early birthday, and 4 sparkling hearts. Thank you so much, Shirara. I really appreciate that. And funny joke name, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. There we go. For 2 months. Starmer versus Streeting is Starmer. Just like categorically is Starmer. Starmer versus Streeting and some other candidates, I do actually think is more complicated. So, like, to initiate a leadership challenge, if he was going to try and do this, Shirara says, wow, I made a really good number. 444445555. That is a good number. If anyone can figure out what the next very pleasing number would be, and wants to donate the amount to make that happen, please do. In a crowded field, I think Streeting could do better because people will do things to attack each other, allowing him the possibility to like scoop up support. There have been 150, I think. I know it's over 120 at least. MPs come out and say that they don't think it's the right time for a leadership challenge and they support Starmer, right? That's, again, the starter car. Like, that's his Imperial Guard. They're locked in. They've got the fucking briefcase is handcuffed to their wrist. But to initiate a leadership challenge, you have to have 80 MPs back you because it has to be a certain proportion of the party. And so the number is 81 currently. If Streeting got 81 MPs backing him into a leadership challenge, they would be doing that. There would be a good number of them who are doing that to try to establish a leadership challenge at all, not because they were actually backing Streeting, and then if no one else showed up to the fight, there's 150 people who've already backed Keir Starmer. And I can't stress this enough. If Streeting challenges Keir Starmer on his own, this is the outcome. This is it. Chat, take note. I am tapping this sign over and over again. This is Keir Starmer if Wes Streeting initiates a leadership challenge on his own, and this is Wes Streeting, and that is his bottom. Do you understand, chat? In Britain. Okay. But I do think if there's a crowded field, Streeting has the possibility of winning over some of the starter car because he is similarly a business boy. He is a clone too, right? Like, they might like that. While the other contenders would be fighting with each other. But if Burnham is in that competition, I think it's just Burnham, to be honest. Like, and that's where I come back around on. I don't know if Wes Streeting wants to be PM. Like, it's very easy to assume every politician wants to be PM, but I think Wes Streeting speaks whip. Like, I think he has like whip brain. Bad example because like obviously in House of Cards, like the guy becomes prime minister, but like that kind of logic in the classic House of Cards, like that guy and Wes Streeting, I think, share a brain cell. Didn't he tell Starmer, I'm prepared to take over literally the day after the local elections, or am I misremembering? So apparently he told Starmer that the government completely lacked vision. And he's going to... sources close to him, which again, very whip brain behavior to like not make your own statements, but have like people close to you leak the statements. So that you can like disavow anything that you don't like, that you haven't technically said and people don't like. They've said that he's going to criticize Burnham for being a human shopping trolley. I don't know. Again, all I'm doing here is entertaining two readings of the situation, right? One is Streeting is an idiot. True fact. Observably true fact. And wants to be PM. That's part of the claim, right? And is trying to pull that off. The other reading of the situation is that he is trying to take on a role for Burnham that he has already been playing for Starmer, right? His sidekick. He's trying, like, if he does come out and say Burnham is a shopping trolley, he's just got policies from wherever, he doesn't have an overall vision, he would be perfectly queuing up Burnham to say, actually, all of my policies are really in line and they're part of a vision, and it's called Manchesterism and it's an ideology, and we're doing this whole new wave of politics with Burnham. And then Streeting could go, wow, Daddy, I agree. I mean, Mr. Prime Minister, I agree. I completely support you for leader. So I'm just entertaining two possibilities. It's just something that hit me quite hard the other day, and I was like, does Wes Streeting want to be a leader? There's a lot of talk as if he does, and given how much he definitely has whip brain, that might be him using the outward appearance of wanting to be Prime Minister to help to maintain a position of a quite significant power within someone else's government. All that said, we're going to read two Wes Streeting puff pieces now. One is in The Economist. It's called Wes Streeting Wields the Knife. If you are familiar with Mule's stream, you might actually have seen both of these already. I will repeat what I've already said about The Economist. They don't attribute their articles to anyone. Their authors remain anonymous in the same way that the IDF takes their portraits facing away. It's the same phenomenon. Wes Streeting wields the knife. The health secretary is ambitious, divisive, and eyeing number 10. Wes Streeting has always been ambitious. As a child, he read Sir Tony Blair's New Britain, My Vision of a Young Century on the school bus. Wow! Okay. The health secretary had dithered over launching a formal challenge. Oh, sorry. Now at 43, he has set his sights on the office Sir Tony once held. City of Doors saying vomit. Yeah, exactly. It's really wild. Someone, thank you so much for the £24.19 donation, no message. Thank you so much. That takes us up to £468.63. We are at 58.58%. It's taken us up to another nice number. Very clever. Thank you, someone. We are now, what, £50 away from the dono goal for the stream today. If you want to help me to have a lovely birthday, my 30th birthday is coming up at the start of next month, and I would really appreciate your donations to help me to have a very merry birthday. Okay. The health secretary had dithered over launching a formal challenge to Keir Starmer, the Labour Party's lame duck prime minister. Westminster law holds that the one who wields the knife rarely wears the crown. Oh, I like my take now less because The Economist has it as well. Yeah, well, Andy Burnham, the mayor of Greater Manchester, nicknamed the King of the North, remains ineligible. Guys, it's King in the North. Sorry, it's just like, get it. All right. Remains ineligible to stand because he's not an MP. Mr. Streeting knows he is... Mr. Streeting knows he is unlikely to have a better opportunity. On May 14th, he quit the cabinet in apparent preparation for a run. Where we need a vision, we have a vacuum. Where we need direction, we have drift, he wrote in his resignation letter. Mr. Streeting has many admirers in Westminster. Can't fucking imagine why. A straight-talking style has made him a favorite on the morning media round. That's so frustrating because he's completely fucking talking out the side of his face. Like, he's such an obvious liar. Like, if you just check the facts of what he's doing against the shit he says, you see him lying. But just, like, he says it in a confidently, like, he's a gaslighter. Like, he's girl bossing and gaslighting. Like, I've seen his interviews. Like, he does have a very straight talking style, and he lies. The things that he's talking straightforwardly about are lies. Like, like, this guy is working closely with Palantir UK. You know who the CEO of Palantir UK is? Oswald Mosley's grandson. I'm not kidding. That sounds like a bad joke. I'm not joking. It helps that, unlike most British politicians, he can deliver a joke. Agree to disagree, The Economist. He is a workaholic who claims to spend holidays crinkling the pages of policy reports from his Lilo. City of Doors, thank you so much for the £20 donation with the message wishing you a superbly awesome birthday, Sophie. Thank you so much, City of Doors. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. We are now only £31 and 37 pence away from the dono goal, everyone. I will let you know that I'm gonna update the donor goal slightly in the interest of pushing on toward my big, like, birthday monthly goal if we hit that just now. But, like, you will have unlocked the bonus stream and all this stuff. I'm not gonna, like, withhold anything. His difficult background, a boost for a Labour politician, needs no embellishment. His grandmother gave birth to his mother handcuffed and under prison guard. He would become Britain's first openly gay Prime Minister. He would become Britain's first openly gay Prime Minister. Yet Mr. Streeting also has critics, many inside his party. Lefties dislike him for having received donations from investors in private healthcare and suggesting he would cut welfare to spend more on defence. Others see him as a schemer. Consider the way he neutralised speculation about his relationship with Peter Mandelson, a Labour grandee with ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, dude, he also admitted to knowing that war crimes were happening and that they were supporting them. Like, dude, come the fuck on, man. Mandelson, blah, blah, blah. By publishing their mostly innocuous text messages, he simultaneously... Okay, we literally got it. Sorry, I should have read on. He revealed his private belief that Israel was committing war crimes and that he despaired of Sir Keir's non-existent economic growth strategy. When polled, Labour members say they much prefer Mr. Burnham. Yeah. Sorry, to be clear about this, if people don't know, the only Labour politician who is polled as being able to beat Keir Starmer is Andy Burnham. Like, he would soundly beat Keir Starmer. Everyone else, it fluctuates around. The only person who would soundly lose to Keir Starmer, and it's a known fact that he would lose to Keir Starmer, is Wes Streeting. Opinions are divided too on his stewardship of the troubled National Health Service. Fuck yourself, troubled. It's been being deliberately killed for decades. Basically, since its inception, they have been trying to strain and kill the NHS. Mr. Streeting points to rising public satisfaction, faster ambulance response times. I've seen him make this claim. It's faster ambulance response times since the pandemic. Chat, please understand my frustration with this evil dipshit clone man. He's such a loser. He's such a worm. And falling hospital waiting lists as evidence of success. Yes, he has, The waiting lists have gone down because of the siloing of services into different parts, so that you will be on 4 different waiting lists, each which will have a shorter waiting time, because the end point of that waiting list is you being referred on to another one. It's But one reason for the shorter lists is that the government is paying hospitals to remove patients, which gains him few fans in Labour. Come on, dude. An attempt to abolish the quango that runs the NHS has been a disaster, and, like his predecessors, he has shirked the urgent task of social care reform. Moreover, no matter his stature in Westminster, Mr. Streeting may still be toast at the next general election, as he wrote to Lord Mandelson. In 2024, he came within 529 votes of being defeated in his East London constituency, Ilford North, by Lian Mohammed, a young pro-Gaza independent. If he topples Sir Keir, he may have the distinction of becoming the first Prime Minister to lose his seat at a general election. Oof. Valerie, I don't know what you're asking the what about. Okay, well that was a little treat for us. There we go. That's The Economist being more balanced than I thought Starmer had a massive fucking chin then for a second. I thought that was a huge chin. More balanced than I was expecting. What is a quango? It's Quango. It's there in the article. Where has it gone? Quango. So it's a very strange, very wonkish word that appears in British political dialect. So a quango is a quasi non-governmental organization. So a non-governmental organization, or NGO, started having such relevance in politics in the Western world through neoliberalism because of public-private partnerships, and they were lauded as the hot new thing, right? Because like the whole thing here is we're going to privatize as much as possible. It's this bizarre like libertarian mindset where like the market necessarily solves everything. So NGOs massively on the rise through the latter half of the 20th century into now, and quasi NGOs is where like they want to adhere to the market ideology, but they can't because it's a thing that just does need to be run by the government, and there's not really a viable way to run it not with government oversight. And so it gets classified as a quasi NGO or a quango. It's a very silly name. And so like the NHS being run by a quango, for example, it's like, yeah, it shouldn't be a quango. It should just be a government organization. Like it shouldn't be complicated at all. Mickey Kiki, thank you so much for the £48 and 6 donation with the message, I think I can do maths. Well, the number that you've generated by donating is 536.69, well, 69, and that is 67.09% of the total goal. I'm not sure that was the number you meant to get, but I do appreciate the donation enormously. Thank you so much. I don't know if there is a significance of this number that I'm missing. I did want 67. Okay, fine. That's fine. Okay. Congratulations, I guess. Thank you so much for the donation. I really, really appreciate it. We have now hit the dono goal for today. I am adding to the tally of bonus streams that I owe everyone here on the Liberal Slop stream. Well, not on the Liberal Slop stream, that's the whole thing. There'll be bonus streams where I'm just hanging out and playing games and chatting about whatever. And I'm going to update the goal now to be 600. If anyone would like to help me hit that, I will entirely stop plugging that people support the stream past that point. If anyone wants to pay me £64 right now to shut the fuck up, here's your opportunity. But Thank you so much for that, Mickey Kiki. We now have an extra bonus stream coming up. We are making good progress towards my birthday plans, and we have a couple more articles to look at. So firstly, we have another Wes Streeting piece, this time in Sky News. I think you will also have seen this on Mulestream. The working class extrovert who wants to be Labour leader. Who is Wes Streeting? Incredible stuff here. Just so good. Just such good journalism going on. Do I need to zoom out from this? It's just too big. Oh, it's too big. Okay. Raised in a council flat and possessing a colourful family background, the Labour Health Secretary has overseen a cut in waiting times and a battle with striking doctors. His ambitions for the top job are no secret. Could now finally be his time? Do I want to watch the video? Not especially. Allies of Wes Streeting have told Sky News that he is preparing to resign. This was before he then did resign. But who is the working class MP who looks set to put in a leadership bid in a challenge to Sir Keir Starmer? I just hate this. I will agree that he comes from a working class background, and I also just if someone's politics are not not for the working class, and they're from a working class background, the word for that is class traitor, right? He's not a working class MP if he's working with Palantir and with private healthcare to sell off the NHS. That's not a working class MP. That's a member of parliament is by definition a part of the ruling class unless you make a special effort to not be working in favor of the ruling class, you know? The title working class MP is actually should be considered a hard-won title that you have to do some shit to get that, you know? Million Peaches, welcome to the stream. I didn't know you were here. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you here. Incredibly negative aura. Yeah, oh no, things can only get worse. He looks like he's about to drop the limpest album of 2026. Okay, let's read it. It's another. It's just a short one. I don't usually read Sky stuff because I don't. It's a little bit the point with the liberal slop stream is to focus on kind of people who definitely consider themselves part of the intelligentsia. But I was very drawn to this incredibly stupid title. Sources have said the health secretary is going to mount a formal challenge for the leadership of the party, as first reported by The Times. Rumours have sparked speculation he is plotting to bring down the Prime Minister, but earlier this week, Streeting's friends claimed he couldn't have been plotting a coup against Sir Keir because he went to the cinema to watch Devil Wears Prada 2. The plot of the film, the sequel to the 2006 original, tells the story of a coup. With Anne Hathaway's character taking on her old boss, and played by Meryl Streep. According to Streeting's allies, he was indeed, at the time, planning for the Labour leadership, but he wasn't plotting. He was planning, but he wasn't plotting. Yet suspicions were raised by the resignations of two members of the Health Secretary's ministerial team, Junior Minister Zubair Ahmed and his ministerial aide Joe Morris. Streeting's parliamentary neighbour, Ilford South MP Jazz Athwal, also called on the Prime Minister to announce an exit timetable. Warriors for Wes, it certainly looked that way. No. That's so irritating. Absolutely not. Streeting's leadership ambitions have been Westminster's worst kept secret for months, if not years. I mean, again, this is why it just very suddenly hit me the other day. Like, what if he doesn't want to be prime minister, and that's not the play here? Because like it's been such an obvious assumption because he's just like, just sometimes you meet people and they're just like, okay, you're just like a climber, like you're just entirely like playing a social game here. He's just he just has that like vibe immediately. um He's by far the best communicator in the cabinet. Dude, that might be true. The cabinet is pretty bad, bro. Have you seen our cabinet? Like, oh, dude, that sucks. Like, yeah, that might be true though. Okay. And is said to have a comprehensive plan to change the country on the economy, defense, Europe, and immigration. He would do, if he was in, he would do like he would be like a competent Nigel Farage. Like I've written this before. There's a reason he looks like if Tommy Robinson had if Tommy Robinson could read. Like there's a reason he looks like he is this like perfect embodiment of this particular politics of the Labour right. He would just do like competent reform shit. He's also one of the most irrepressible oh god, this is sickening already, extroverts in politics, taking over the decks at party conference discos and belting out Robbie Williams' Angels on karaoke with the words, "I'm loving Starmer instead." Woo! Oof. Streeting, 43, also has arguably the most colourful family background of any MP. His maternal grandfather was an armed robber who did time in prison and knew the craze. Why? Who cares, bro? Like, what do you... His grandmother also served time in Holloway Prison, where she met the woman at the centre of the Profumo scandal, Christine Keeler. His parents, she knew someone who was in the Profumo scandal. His parents were only 17 and 18 when he was born. He grew up in a council flat in East London and went to Westminster City School, not the elite public school near the Houses of Parliament, but a comprehensive in Victoria. He then studied history at Cambridge University, where he... He is from such a deprived background. They knew people who were famous for scandals and crimes. Wow. Teenage parents. Oh my god. Cambridge. Chat, you know what he did when he was at Cambridge? He was president of the student union. And he argued while president of Cambridge Student Union that the union should move to the right on, get this, tuition fees. Like, this motherfucker was the I like homework, I want more homework candidate from day one. This guy if he did become Labour leader, which he absolutely won't, like he just absolutely won't, it would be the perfect embodiment of, like, him versus Polanski would be the perfect embodiment of that Simpsons bit, but in real life, right? Like, it would be a vote for Bart is a vote for anarchy, a vote for Bart is a vote for anarchy. Like, okay. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I know we've already hit the goal, and we're going to have the bonus, but we've got addition. My stretch goal now is 600. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours now. We have this article and then one more before the end. So please subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip if you are enjoying the stream. And VOD watchers, hello lovely VOD watchers. Hi, I'm looking forward to reading your comments. Please check out the link down below to support me, ideally with my Patreon, and also one-offs if you want to. Okay. Prince Infidel says sometimes personality does precede ideology. I really like that. That's a very concise description. Oh, there you go. They even talk about him being president of the student union. At university, he briefly left the Labour Party because he opposed the Iraq War. Wow! What a statistically rare man. What an unusual thing to do. Opposing the Iraq War. He worked for Stonewall, the LGBT campaign group, then became a councillor in Redbridge in 2010 and MP for Ilford North in 2015, but he didn't prosper until Sir Keir Starmer became Labour leader in 2020. Yeah, again, personality precedes ideology, right? He was a shadow Treasury minister, then spokesman on schools before joining the shadow cabinet in 2021, briefly as spokesman on child poverty and then health. But his career almost came to a shuddering halt in 2024 when he scraped in by only 528 votes in the general election that saw Keir Starmer win a 172-seat landslide. So this is by the seats one of the most popular mandates in British political history, and Streeting nearly lost his seat, not even to a different party, just to an independent. This guy is so insanely unpopular with everyone the entire world over. It's shocking he's in politics at all. The challenger who almost unseated him was an independent candidate, Lian Mohammed, a 23-year-old British Palestinian whose campaign was focused on opposition to Labour's stance on the Israel-Gaza war. I hate when people say this. Israel-Gaza war. As health secretary since the election, he has fought a constant battle with the doctors' unions, warning their pay demands for junior doctors, now called resident doctors, would break the country. Dog, pay the doctors, dude. Even just outside of my politics on this one, pay doctors, man. Those people keep your body alive. You gotta pay those guys for real. You gotta pay them. He has abolished NHS England, the world's biggest quango and part of the bureaucracy brought in by David Cameron, and been successful in cutting waiting lists. If elected Prime Minister, he has promised to stick to Rachel Reeves' strict fiscal rules and backed making savings from the welfare budget to boost defence spending to 3% of national income. But he's also one of the most high-profile Remainers in the cabinet, suggesting Labour should consider taking the UK back into a customs union, claiming it would boost growth. And on immigration, he's a liberal and has suggested he's uneasy about the government's clampdown on visas, asylum, and deporting families who arrive in the UK illegally. I'm sorry, but if he was in those departments, he would be to the right of the people who are currently in them. It's easy for him to be saying that when he's trying to look a bit more woke to win points, and if he was in charge of it, his decision-making process is just cooked and is just a right-wing decision-making process. And if he was in charge of those things as Prime Minister or as Minister for any of those things, he just would make very right-wing decisions about it. In a highly significant move as Health Secretary, he opposed Kim Ledbetter's assisted dying bill, on which MPs had a free vote, and said it would come at the expense of other choices. He also has a personal experience of NHS care, having been diagnosed with kidney cancer in 2021. Chat, every time I remember that he had kidney cancer, I want to make a whole series of jokes that I would not be kind, like just would not be okay. And I just gotta sit with that. I just gotta let it pass through me, you know? I'm using the DBT skill right now, ride the wave. I have the feeling that I want to make a joke, a whole series of jokes, and I'm just gonna let it well up and then just go away again. It's diminishing now. This is going great. But as well as being tagged as a Blairite on the right of the party, a friendship with Peter Mandelson could be highly damaging in a leadership contest. Yeah, no shit, dude. After the release of the Epstein file, are you going to tell me the Epstein files are unpopular now? Like... okay. He's said his favorite film is Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back, in which the hero Luke Skywalker leads the Rebel Alliance. He may not be plotting, but Wes Streeting now appears to be poised to lead his own Rebel Alliance. You know, they didn't mention there at all as Wes Streeting killing children. Which, I mean, you know, is great. Like, it's not, like, it wouldn't be good to their purpose of, like, trying to promote Wes Streeting, right? But, like... Wes Streeting not only has killed trans kids by enforcing this indefinite puberty blocker ban, but he has... but the NHS under his management has taken active steps to cover up the statistics showing that there has been a surge in trans youth suicides since the puberty blocker ban to ideologically defend their exterminationist policies towards trans people. Children who are trans already experiencing just some of the most precarious situations that, like, you could be in British society in the modern day, and Wes Streeting took away their medicine, which, to be clear, trans kids' medicine is inadequate anyway. Trans kids aren't given... If I came out when I was 13, right? I would not have been given estrogen. I would have only been given a puberty blocker, right? I would have wanted estrogen, but I would have only gotten a testosterone blocker, right? It's inadequate to begin with because trans kids aren't getting the opportunity to, unless they DIY, they aren't getting the opportunity to go through the puberty that they want to be going through, only if they're given puberty blockers, which is, you know, a bigger if than it used to be. Medication to stop the puberty that they don't want to go through. And, like... Shirara says, fuck this loser. I'm joining the war on kidney cancer. On which side? I won't say. It just really genuinely, like, gets to me really, really fucking badly. Like, if you have known any trans kids, if you've known anyone who was out as trans as a kid, if you have just any inkling of this experience whatsoever, you just know it is so deeply fucking evil. Deeply evil. And I'm not using the word evil here lightly. Evil. For this motherfucker to be taking away trans kids' medicine. And then, when the obvious thing happens, and there are more trans youth suicides because of this, they cover it up. Like, they pretend it hasn't happened. Evil. EVIL. Evil behavior. Genuinely, like, holy shit. Okay. Chat. I've been streaming for 3 hours, 45 minutes. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna finish off my coffee. This is Brazilian coffee. My Brazilian neighbor gave me this yesterday. It was grown by a friend of his on his farm because I was helping him fill out his rent tribunal form. Community organizing is great. It really whips. I cannot recommend organizing your neighborhood, meeting your neighbors, organizing in your community. I can't recommend it strongly enough. Okay. We are going to read one final piece from The Atlantic, and then we're done. This one is by Isaac Stanley Becker, and it's called Europe Without America. Don't threaten me with a good time. Okay. The Iran war has given European leaders new impetus to plan for self-defense. We got this. That was the Trump administration's message to European allies in the early days of its war with Iran. Now, I know, chat, this isn't British politics, but it is European politics, and we will have to... The only thing that can save Britain from absolute certain peril is choosing to be European rather than American, so we're really all hoping that we get the woke Greens and get re-Eurofied soon. Washington hadn't warned its NATO partners about the military campaign jointly undertaken with Israel, much less consulted with them about the war's objectives. Instead, American officials told Europeans to look after their own interests. Specifically, the Pentagon advised counterparts in Berlin to concentrate on NATO's eastern flank, the part of the alliance closest to Russia, while the United States managed Iran and the rest of the Middle East, 2 German officials told me. They were really confident, one of the officials said, referring to US war planners. But that confidence was short-lived. And after President Trump's hope for a swift victory faded, he began lashing out at NATO for not doing enough to help the United States. Inside the Pentagon, meanwhile, the team helping manage the military's relationship with NATO allies was about to take a hit. In March, the director of NATO policy in the Office of the Secretary of Defense was abruptly reassigned, current and former US officials told me. Mark Jones, who had spent more than 2 decades working on NATO and Europe policy as both a soldier and a civil servant, was viewed as being out of step with the administration's jaundiced view of the alliance. His removal, which has not previously been reported, undermined US cooperation with European partners just as the war in Iran was creating a new crisis in relations with the continent. The crisis became apparent when stalemate conditions took hold in the Middle East. Iran effectively blocked the Strait of Hormuz, sending gas prices soaring. As the war continued, the US military depleted key weapons stockpiles. The fallout has been severe for Europe, which was already living with tremors from the war in Ukraine and is now facing Iran-induced delays in US weapons shipments, along with economic turmoil, inflation, energy price shocks, and strains on disparate industries including plastics, textiles, and toys. This is, like... It's a very funny thing for The Atlantic to be doing all of this because, like... or to be publishing this piece is what I'm trying to get at. Because The Atlantic is called that because it's about the politics of, like, Western Europe and America, right? Like, it's supposed to have an interest in Britain. And, like... Again, my interest in this here, selfishly, is, like... Europe brackets with Britain without America. And, like, The Atlantic, again, run by, like, a former IDF guy, is, like, supposedly about the interests of the sort of transatlantic partnership, but, like, it's really about American power. At the end of March, Slovenia became the first European country to introduce fuel rationing. Others have since taken similar steps. Europe is all but powerless to influence the course of the conflict, despite the consequences it's suffering. I don't think that's true, bud. A European-led coalition is considering options to ensure freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point for 20% of global oil and liquefied natural gas supplies. But the coalition's leaders have said that they will deploy military assets only once a durable ceasefire is in place. That still seems far off, as Trump declared the hostilities terminated and vowed US assistance for ships exiting the waterway, Iran threatened to attack American warships and other vessels that seek to transit the passage without its permission. European leaders who have courted Trump's favor over the past year have sometimes let slip their honest opinion of his war effort. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz told school children last week that Iranian leaders had humiliated the United States. Told school children? I'm sure that was part of an event he was at, but it's just a very funny idea. The idea of like him popping out from behind a bush and saying, "Hey, you little children, come here." The United States is kaput. Trump reacted furiously, writing on Truth Social that Merz doesn't know what he's talking about. The president had already been smarting over not getting European help, which he thinks the United States is owed for the Iran war. See, this is what I mean about it's a strange thing to say Europe is powerless to influence the concept. Round number, Leica. Thank you for the £23.31 donation and for the message, rounding your numbers. Thank you for inflating my number, making it big and round. Europe is all but powerless to influence the force of the conflict. I just don't agree. Like, I think that like a coalition of European powers going into the Strait after a ceasefire is already agreed is like one of the most powerless and least effective things that Europe could do. But I don't think that Europe is powerless to influence the conflict. Like, if Europe had joined in, America wouldn't have been so roundly humiliated, right? So already Europe has had an effect in not joining in. If Europe denied America access to its military bases in the same way that Spain has, right? That would massively affect America's ability to wage war in the Middle East. And if Europe actively opposed it, like, I think that Europe has quite a lot of power, actually. It's just that within the set of options that would be considered viable by the Atlantic, they can't do things within that window, I guess. All right, that's more tweet stuff. It's fine. But Merz's comments clearly stung in a new way. Trump said that his administration was considering shrinking the US military presence in Germany, promising a decision, quote, over the next short period of time. 2 days later, the Pentagon indicated that it would withdraw 5,000 troops from Germany over the next year out of nearly 40,000 stationed there. Yes! Yankee, go home! Okay. Officials told me that there was no in-depth staff review prior to the announcement, meaning no detailed consideration of which units would be affected, or of the broader implications of the drawdown. Pete Hegseth is so fucking cool, dude. That only a fraction of US forces will say Auf Wiedersehen demonstrates the symbolic nature of the move. But abrupt changes in US deployments could interfere with training exercises, further alienating allies. And US re-entrenchment without compensatory European reinforcements weakens NATO's deterrent force, which is welcome news in Moscow. In many ways, this is the scenario for which Europe, led by Germany, has been preparing, spurred on by the need for autonomy from Trump's erratic decision-making. Virtually since NATO's founding in 1949, American leaders have urged Europeans to spend more on their own defense. Past presidents have also threatened, in fits of pique, to withdraw troops. In 1973, Richard Nixon was so upset over the lack of European support for American efforts in the Yom Kippur War, a proxy battle with the Soviet Union, that he told Henry Kissinger, his national security advisor and Secretary of State, that he wanted to get our boys back home. Get our boys back home. That's my Nixon, there you go. European leaders, faced with renewed Russian aggression in 2022 and Trump's re-election in 2024, have finally gotten the message. Germany spent $114 billion on defense in 2025, a year-on-year increase of 24%. Once a laggard, Germany is rebuilding its munitions stockpile, acquiring hundreds of tanks and thousands of armoured vehicles, adding to its air defence, investing in cyber and satellite reconnaissance capabilities, and buying the jets necessary to carry US nuclear weapons. Germany and its European neighbours would prefer to build up their capabilities in partnership with the United States, gradually taking over the conventional defence of the continent while continuing to rely on the US nuclear umbrella. When I interviewed Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, it's the Eric Andre Hannibal Morpheus clip. Boris Pistorius, military spending good, the Atlantic. Yeah, I know, a really shocking take from them. Also, moths found to have high approval rates for light bulbs. He emphasized the need for Boris Pistorius, of course. He emphasized the need for a plan delineating how European capabilities would compensate for any US drawdown. Let's work out a roadmap. You do less, and we fulfill, he said, to avoid dangerous capability gaps in between. Trump clearly has other plans, or no plans beyond acting on grievances. The result is European powers recognizing that they must guard against being bullied and blackmailed by the president, or simply surprised by his whims. Pistorius, in a statement reacting to the planned troop withdrawal, argued, quote, "We must strengthen the European pillar within NATO. In other words, as Europeans, we must take on more responsibility for our own security." Thomas Rohenkamp, who chairs the Defense Committee in the Bundestag, Germany's parliament, was more pointed, saying, "The American president's constant provocations are unacceptable." He added, "We should not be unsettled by this, but rather resolutely strengthen our own capabilities. Europe must stand on its own 2 feet in terms of security policy. This is the course we have embarked upon." But what course is the United States following, and who is setting it? Not the now former director of NATO policy at the Pentagon. Traditionally, that role has been a vital one. Washington is by far the most powerful NATO member, and the policy director helps shape US goals within the alliance, galvanize other member nations, and resolve disputes among them. Jones, the long-serving official in this position, had been working on NATO and Europe policy at the Pentagon since 2003. He joined the NATO office within the Office of the Secretary of Defense in 2010 and became its director 6 years later. He mentored numerous officials who went on to serve in senior military and diplomatic positions. One official called him an institution. Okay. We're about halfway there. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I'm going to make this the last call out for support for the stream. We've done very well on this stream. I'm really, really grateful for all the donations people have made. But I've just noticed on the timer that we're coming to 4 hours. I'm going to make this my last call out for you to support the stream before we read the rest of this and I wrap up. I'm just going to say, I've been streaming for 4 hours now. I'm doing my job. I like when I get paid for doing my job. Please support the stream if you've been enjoying the stream. You can cheer or subscribe. If you have a Prime account and it's attached to your Twitch account, you can do a Prime sub, which doesn't cost you any extra money, but does pay me real money. So that's very cool. Or you can donate using Command, Tip, and VOD watchers. Of course, you can check out the link below. But Jones was blamed for being fundamentally too pro-NATO, current and former officials told me. Elbridge Colby. What? Elbridge Colby, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. What the fuck? Elbridge Colby, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, ordered a subordinate to notify Jones of his reassignment. In response to questions, Jones told me that he was still employed at the Pentagon and couldn't comment on policy matters. Whoa! Hello! Holy shit! Thank you so much, Shirara, for a £40 donation. Jesus. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. And the donation message, bada bing, bada boom. Thank you so much, Shirara. I really, really appreciate that. What the fuck was going on in this article? Okay. In a statement, here we go. In a statement, a Pentagon spokesperson declined to comment on individual personnel matters, but said, "We all serve at the pleasure of the president." I hate when people use that phrase. It just makes you think about Trump jacking off. Okay, sorry. It makes me think about that, and I shouldn't have said you. I shouldn't have assumed other people assumed that. But I have now put it in everyone's heads, and I'm the streamer. So anyway. Just last month, Colby praised Germany's new military strategy. Oh no, I did it to chat. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't before. Oh no! I'm so sorry. I'm taking my money back. No! Shirara, please! Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll just press on with the I'll press on with the article. You know the other one? Actually, I'll quickly say this. I had another one of these the other day where I thought something was super common, so I was just chatting to friends about this, and neither of them had heard of it before. So I was in the middle of a march, right? And I saw some comrades from this feminist direct action group I'm in. And sometimes I don't generally get that nervous around cis women, because women are just people. But I also, we have to appreciate there are dynamics between cis women and trans women. But sometimes I think when I'm around women who are like cis women who are kind of radical feminists, this is making it sound like I'm worried that they're TERFs. They're definitely categorically not TERFs because we're in the same org together, right? It's I'm worried that they're going to be I don't know. I can't even express. You know what? You know who I should express this anxiety to is my therapist. I'm just gonna curtail the sentence I was saying. So we were chanting, "Whose streets? Our streets." And I said, whenever I hear this chant, I think the same thing because it sounds like our streets. Like our streets. Like whose streets? And what made it worse than the fact that they had never thought that before, ever. What made it way worse than the fact that they had never thought that, and I'd assumed that they had thought that, was that they didn't understand what I was trying to say it sounded like, and I ended up saying it a bunch of times. And I think they found it funny in the end. But just no, look me. Okay. Let's crack on with this. Last article of the night. Let's do it. Oh, my back hurts. I've been wearing a bra too long. Just last month, Colby praised Germany's new military strategy, which spells out the country's plan to become Europe's strongest conventional fighting force by 2039. On X, Colby posted photos of meetings with German military officials and diplomats, writing that the strategy, quote, represents a clear, credible way forward to NATO 3.0, a NATO in which Europe and Canada step up to meet their responsibilities within the alliance and transform it from a paper tiger to a strong deterrent and defense. I mentioned the plaudits at the time to a German official who didn't seem reassured. It's hard to stay on the administration's good side for long. Colby's praise proved to be only the latest hairpin turn in the descent of US-European relations. Within days, Trump had transformed the Chancellor's moment of candor into a full-blown standoff over the American military presence in Germany. But this, too, fits a broader pattern of a diminishing American presence in Europe. Washington has reduced its military footprint in Europe since the height of the Cold War. In the 1950s, when about 350,000 soldiers were based there. That's such crazy numbers. That's absolutely wild. Mostly in West Germany. Okay, that makes more sense of it, but like that's still crazy. Significant drawdowns occurred in the 1990s after the fall of the Iron Curtain and the 2000s when assets were redeployed for the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. The first Trump administration drew up options to remove about 12,000 troops from Germany, which was cast by the president as a penalty for Berlin being delinquent in military spending. President Biden reversed the plans and later surged US forces to Europe after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. An official at US European Command, which oversees American military operations on the continent, told me this week that there are about 80,000 US service members in the European theater, with the largest number, 38,000, stationed in Germany. The soldiers work from key nodes in the Germany of the global US military apparatus, including Ramstein Air Base, hell yeah, and the headquarters of US European Command and US Africa Command, as well as Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, the largest overseas US hospital, which has treated US service members wounded in the war in Iran. The irony of Merz bearing the brunt of Trump's anger is that Germany has allowed the US military to use Ramstein as a staging ground for strikes and other aspects of its Iran operation. Yeah, man, fucking have a spine. Deny him access to that shit. He's yelling at you anyway, you know? Like, just do it. That's in contrast with other NATO allies. Spain shut its airspace wholesale. Yes, exactly. Do that. Italy blocked US bombers from landing at a key airbase in Sicily. Trump thanked Merz for the latitude his country has allowed the US military when the two leaders met in Washington in early March, saying, "We appreciate it and they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything." Britain initially denied US basing requests. Chat, do you remember people who watch Red Planet here in chat? Oh, by the way, watch Red Planet. If you're not watching Red Planet, you really, really should be. On Sunday evenings, 8 p.m. UK time. So basically when I go live, like the same time of day that I go live for these streams, plus half an hour. Red Planet is a roundtable discussion where we talk to activists and organizers about what they do and how other people can do it as well. And the last episode, we had someone from the Filton 24, who is a member of Palestine Action, who was held for 18 months without trial by the British government. It's a good show. It's a good show. You should tune in. People who watch Red Planet here in the chat may remember that at the start of the Iran war, like the first episode after the Iran war started, we had a little discussion of it, and we said, well, it's hard to say what's going to happen. I had one categorically awful prediction that things were just going to be like a few days, and then they were going to back off, because I just underestimated how dedicated to making the worst possible decision the Trump administration was. And then on air, I said, the one thing you should hand it to Starmer for is that he hasn't let the US use our bases. Because that's good, right? That's obviously good. And chat had to tell me that as I was saying it, while we'd been live, half an hour earlier, Starmer had let the US use our bases, and then as soon as we went off air, Iran struck a UK base because we started using it's. Anyway, you should watch Red Planet. It's a lot of fun. It's also available as a VOD and podcast. So check out Red Planet on YouTube if you want to see historic episodes and catch any of our particular interviews with any particular organizers or activists. What precisely Washington is asking of its allies has puzzled some European nations. The basing needs are clear, and American officials in bilateral meetings have spoken of the capabilities required to clear mines laid by Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. But the broader bid for assistance remains ambiguous. In past campaigns in the Middle East, the United States put together. I am reading from an article that is on the screen. There we go. Did it. In past campaigns in the Middle East, the United States put together a coalition to specify its requests to European allies and coordinate action. When Washington responded to Houthi attacks on shipping in the Red Sea beginning in December 2023, for instance, countries including Greece and Denmark sent frigates at the request of the United States. The Trump administration didn't bother making specific requests of its European allies for the war against Iran. Instead, each day brought new conflicting signals. At first, the message was that the United States and Israel could handle it. Then Trump lashed out on social media saying allies should have been there. But the Trump administration never told key European partners what specifically it wanted from them in Iran, multiple European officials told me. The Pentagon spokesperson told me that the administration, quote, has been consistently and repeatedly clear about the demand signal to allies to contribute to addressing a threat that affects Europe as much as America and our Middle East allies. The notion that the department did not convey these requests widely and clearly is demonstrably false. I don't trust them saying that. I mean, generally, like if someone from the Pentagon is saying something and most any other motherfucker on earth is saying the opposite, I probably trust them. But yeah, between the Europeans and the Pentagon people, yeah, I trust the Europeans on this one. Wacky. NATO is a defensive alliance. Citation needed. The United States wasn't attacked. Even so, if the Trump administration had simply asked for specific military assistance in Iran, European officials told me, some countries probably would have obliged. Good relations with Washington are that important to them, especially until they have strong enough militaries to control their own fate. Until then, their leaders will continue to choose their words wisely and suffer the consequences when they don't. This is a strange one to me. Chat, please give me your thoughts as we wrap up. This is a strange one to me because I guess I feel like it's not talked about enough that like the militaries of Europe put together are very, very significant actually. And like if the European militaries were like meaningfully opposed to America, it wouldn't actually be as like straightforwardly like American victory as a lot of people would like to pretend. America has a massive military and it has a very well-funded military, but it also has a military that is of that size for only one country. And it's what, you know, and that's because the US is 50 countries in a trench coat pretending to be one country. Like, because it is most of a continent, yes, of course, it's a big country and has a big military, but like all put together, like the EU's militaries would be bigger. I don't know. I'll admit that I don't have like the most the biggest interest when it comes to like defense, as they put it, because I just think that like so much of it is just fucking stupid. Like why are we killing each other? But like this was an interesting one to me, I think, in terms of sometimes liberal slop gives you the insights into what people are saying, you know, in the halls of power, and it's interesting to hear that like interesting and very frustrating to hear that these European decision makers would happily have gone along with, I mean, not all of them, they said, but some of them would have happily gone along with Trump if asked. That's very interesting to me. I'll reiterate what I already said, though, like, that Europe actually has a very large decision-making power over the war in Iran and could all be doing the same shit that Spain is doing and should be, just morally. Okay, chat, let's find out who's streaming so I can raid someone. It's been a lovely hangout. I've been really grateful to have you all here. and very appreciative of the donations to keep me fed and keep my bills paid. And I think that we're probably going to raid Nicotine. So get ready for a raid there. Join me on Sunday for Red Planet over at twitch.tv/Red Planet Live, or catch the VOD or the pod later in the week. Catch up on last week's, because this interview with the guy from Filton24 was very cool. And of course, check out all my links. Check out my videos. There'll be new videos sometime soon when these landlords are defeated. Someday soon, we will live in a free, democratic people's South Bermondsey, and we will. then there will be videos. No, I'm working to empower my neighbors at the moment, and then when there are more people who are very seriously engaged, I will feel more able to step back from stuff, and that's when there'll be more videos. Okay, everybody make your favorite animal noises as we go into Nicotine's chat. Make some lovely animal noises for her, and be nice to her because she's very nice. Okay. I'll see you all on Sunday. I'll see you all next week.